Our problem demands a carefully engineered solution that solves our data needs holistically and sustainably. So, building a database from the ground up used to be a close to impossible feat. It used to require deep pockets, a large team of engineers, and years of engineering to pull off. I am happy to report, though, that that is no longer the case. Our collective understanding of the problem domain and our tools have evolved to the point where building bespoke databases is now encouraged, if not imperative. The time is finally here for a purpose-built blockchain-native database. And this is why we are building AMP. AMP is our take on building a database specifically for the unique requirements and the semantics of the blockchain. It provides high throughput batch querying capabilities married with low latency streaming. AMP speaks standard SQL for queries, streams, and transformations, making it familiar to data analysts, app developers, and LLMs. AMP builds on top of Apache Data Fusion and Arrow. Data Fusion is a toolkit for implementing custom databases. With it, we can parse, plan, and execute SQL with leading performance as proven in industry standard benchmarks. Arrow is a data standard suitable for both in-memory data crunching and binary transfer over gRPC. AMP is where the blockchain data model and the data ecosystem converge. Data Fusion does not only benefit us as a foundation to build on top of, it also means that we immediately unlock an entire ecosystem of compatible tools for you to integrate. Arrow and Arrowflight are both well-defined and are supported in a wide range of languages. Additionally, we are building a driver to integrate with the Arrow database connectivity standard ADBC, which will enable an even broader connectivity and syncing capabilities. AMP is designed with developers in mind. It is built as a vertically integrated system. You can either run AMP from a single Rust binary and operate it locally, or you can operate it at large scale in a globally distributed deployment. AMP naturally integrates with your local development environment and also the tools that you are using day in and day out. So whether you are using Foundry or Hardhat, once you deploy your smart contract to your local node, AMP is able to serve you rich data from your smart contracts immediately. No custom imperative logic with annoying indexing workload deployment cycles, just you, your smart contract, AMP, and a SQL statement. And data declarative languages like SQL tend to really age like fine wine. When you write declarative SQL, you are focusing on the what, not on the how. AMP handles the how when it plans and executes your query. We do all of the optimization and parallelization for you. You focus on what you want, and we focus on how to give it to you in the fastest way possible. Declarative SQL is self-documenting and it's expressive. You know who likes declarative, expressive languages? Coding agents. So, to warm us up, here's a very simple SQL streaming query over a raw blockchain dataset. Let's take a deeper look, though, because this raw blockchain log data, but it handles reorgs out of the box as part of the streaming semantics of the system. So whenever a new block is mined, it will emit only that new data straight to you. However, AMP is also more than just data. It is compute. For computations, which are cumbersome to express in SQL, datasets can declare and run user-provided functions that may define completely arbitrary logic. Through these SQL UDFs, AMP can, for instance, decode on the order of magnitude of millions of smart contract events per second. So far we have been taking baby steps as far as our SQL queries go. But AMP can also crunch large and complex analytics queries. This query, for instance, extends far beyond the edge of the screen, and it is a fairly involved multi-step query. First, it normalizes token metadata to prepare for joining. Then it decodes ERC20 transfers with an early semi-join filter. This filters out non-token transfers before we do the more expensive operation of decoding. And then it decodes the filtered logs. Here, it extracts the token addresses and prepares for the final join. And then it finally performs a join with all of the token metadata to build the final output. So if you ever need this more than once, we have got AMP datasets for you. AMP materializes your data transformations into dataset tables. Datasets are the domain knowledge of your engineers encoded into declarative SQL, expressing the domain model of your application. These tables can then be queried or composed in even higher level abstractions and transformations and reused or composed in other datasets. These datasets can then be versioned, and they can be uploaded to a registry where they are continuously streamed and materialized into physical tables. So, what does such a registry look like? Well, we have got an early version of a browser-based query playground online. This playground is backed by such a registry. It is backed by a registry of both raw and user-provided derived datasets. We are opening access at this week's hackathon, so hackathon participants who are participating there can upload their project's datasets. But be aware, of course, this is all work in progress. So now we have our datasets. Let's talk about how you can consume them. We provide a reference implementation written in Rust for a durable streaming client on top of our reorg-aware SQL streaming protocol. The streaming protocol is client authoritative, which means that the state is owned by the consumer. This means, in turn, that the server does not have to hold on to any state. That is great for scalability and operational efficiency. The stream is also durable, which means that it can be recovered and resumed from state checkpoints in case of failure scenarios like networking issues. It comes with transactional guarantees and with exactly once semantics. We're also shipping a TypeScript implementation of the same streaming interface, and we'll bring it to other languages in the future. And because building streaming clients can actually be quite fun if you have the right abstractions, We've also gone ahead and built a CDC streaming API around the transactional stream that I just showed you. These things are natural to do with AMP and all of its core primitives. AMP is a powerful abstraction for your data, and it does not compromise on performance. We achieve sub-second latency at chain head. Latency, not throughput. As far as the extraction and the ingestion throughput goes, we are comfortably keeping up with even the fastest chains on chain head, like Arbitrum and Solana. This number obviously depends quite a lot on the extraction mechanism, so it depends whether that is a streaming-based interface or a polling-based interface. AMP can load and decode millions of events per second. We benchmark this with the Uniswap swap events, and there, the decoding throughput at different cardinalities peaks at around 4 million events per second. This is a real-world test that includes the fetch, the filtering of all of the full raw blockchain dataset logs, and the decoding. This is the query that we use for this benchmark. Retrieving all of the Ethereum block hashes since Genesis, takes about 5 seconds on AMP. The same task or not?
Crypto adopters, it's like Argentina, a country that is also very crypto adopter because of necessity. So what comes when a country adopts this technology, not only because it opens up opportunities, but also because of necessities. So we're going to talk those points and what we do in real blocks for that. So what do we do? So in real blocks, we tokenize real-world assets of everything. We have a dream of tokenizing the world and to bring access to everyone to invest in real-world assets, right? So what we do is we connect real-world businesses with people, right? With people that have $20 in their pocket, $50, $100, it doesn't matter. We want to lower down tickets for people to access real-world assets. So we went live to the market on January, and now we have already 4 projects going on in our platform that is real.io. So there are 4 projects. One is Connectia, and the other one is Zoom Dynamic Building. Those 2 are real estate projects. So anyone can access real estate from $100 with an estimated annual return of 15%, right? So the third product, you might know it because we have a vending machine over there, and it was like a very boom for us. So it's the first tokenized yerba mate of the world. So I'm going to talk just 1 minute of this crazy story that was amazing. We always wanted to tokenize something everyone could, because they forced us to think, why are we doing this? So they told me, like, super focused on that, because we think it's important for not only Latin Americans, but also any other country that suffers inflation, corruption, and stuff. We are trying to be a tool for them to know more about their money and how to save it better. So as I said, well, we have the tokenized ports facility. Well, this is our last product. They have different paddle courts. They have different football 5 courts, and we have this token that is going to be updating its price till April. And in April, when the courts open up, you will receive a monthly rent for that. So also, if you think this, tokenization, it's like giving you empowerness, you know? It gives you, I mean, when you go to that field of paddle and football courts, it's like, okay, 1% of this is mine. I have in 1% football and paddle courts. So that's crazy also about tokenization. And that you're actually being owner of a part of real world assets that you will never have access if you didn't have the amount of capital that requires. So when tokenizing real world assets, so when putting in on chain different assets, we are helping everyone to feel that empowerness and to bring their small square meter or their own packages of yerba mate and to feel it own, right? So the real world didn't just go on chain. It's everything going on chain, and the benefits of the blockchain and tokenization makes everything more secure, transparent, and makes people to understand better what are they doing and to not depend on any other institutions. I think if we are here all today, we all agree in that blockchain is the way, and it gives better decentralized options for our users. So the point of being on chain is ownership. The point of being on chain is to bring up access to everyone to understand different ways where they can empower, to open up opportunities. So what we do in Real Blocks is that what I told you about the different cases and the 4 products that we have, it's not just about selling. It's about giving an example that everything can be tokenized, that everything can be on-chain, and that everything with the proper tools can be opportunities for everyone in the world. So you can invest from everywhere in the world in real world assets. It opens up assets to a global investors, to people that may not know you, that may not live in the same country, and that's the goal, to connect the whole world, to connect the community, and to keep building on-chain together. Thank you so much.
Gracias. let me double check. Está preguntando por, Okay. We are ready for the next talk. So let's give it up. Okay. Let's give it up for David Hutro, who's going to talk about, yes, I love that enthusiasm. He's going to talk about generating alpha together. And remember that you're going to have a couple of minutes to ask some questions. So please, this stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Chris. Hey, everybody. Welcome to my talk. Thank you for attending, the three of you. I appreciate you being here. And live stream. Oh, where's the camera? It's over there. Hi, live stream. I hope you're having a great time, enjoying EF DevCon. Yeah, welcome to my talk. My name is David. I'm one of the leaders at Santiment. I lead BD, community development, communications, strategy, and today I'm going to be talking about generating alpha together. It's our vision for helping investors work together to gain an edge. Before I get into the thesis of the talk, I want to introduce you to who we are. We are Santiment. We've been around since 2017. We were one of the first 10 ICOs, actually. So we are, in fact, Ethereum OGs. We're a major data provider for people interested in behavioral analysis of the crypto markets. It's a very niche, very important thing for investors, and we love helping people. So we care about these people. So we care about retail, but retail is a little bit of a derogatory term in our industry. We care about them. They feel it the most when they get wrecked. They feel it the most when they succeed. We see that they have the most net positivity, the most quality of life increases, and they're some of the most important. They are probably one of the most important classes of customers for our industry because they end up becoming huge evangelists or huge actually enemies of the industry, depending on their outcomes. So we want to help them gain back a bit of an edge in the market that's dominated by sophisticated actors. So in doing that, in the spirit of that ethos, we created Sandbase. It's an API, it's an app. We cover over 2,500 or more assets, 14 blockchains now, thousands of metrics, million features and tools. I'll show you the screenshots in a second, and lots of data. I think I heard the number. We have something like over 80 or 90 terabytes, or even 100 terabytes of data over the years. So we have a lot. This is the app. We have all of the quality of life stuff for a trader to get to use on a daily basis to see a snapshot of the markets. So not only do we work on social data, we also have all the regular stuff. We have charts, prices, RSI, all the typical metrics. We have screeners. We have infographics for your screener, for your list of assets that you might want to look at. We have a ton of social trend tools and social tools. For example, our latest hit feature has been trending stories. People have been constantly thanking us for helping them see a good snapshot of what's the most popular thing happening in the space right now. And actually, it's a great way to find trading opportunities. So a little bit about our data. Of course, our main thing is social data. We really, really, really love the idea of behavioral analysis of the crypto markets. What people are doing and how people are thinking often impacts the price a lot more than the fundamentals of the project. I know because I learned that the hard way. And I'm sure many of you might be guilty of investing in fundamentals and not actually hype or like what people think. So, we care a lot about social data. We also record developer data, on-chain data, market data, which is all the regular financial data. So we are kind of like the all-in-one place to go to if you're an investor. And this is what the talk is about. So we've been experimenting by building tools that try to help smaller crypto investors. And we want them to also generate alpha together. So let me talk a little bit about each tool. So this is actually within Sandbase. It's our community tab. It's a feed for charts, screeners, insights, and more. So Sandbase not only is a data analytics platform, it's a little bit of a social media site, actually. You can generate a reputation for doing really great analysis over the years, and you could share pretty much anything that you create on Sandbase with your peers. We also have SANR, which is a trading simulator and a reputation builder. So you can analyze and strategize via Sandbase. And then the idea is if you don't have money to trade or you're scared of trading, you could practice, you can compete, and you can monetize your predictions on SANR. So we actually have every week a trading competition, a paper trading competition, and we reward the winners with tokens. So it's a really fun way to get involved with the community, practice your trading skills, and actually monetize them. If you have proven performance, you could actually sell keys and create private predictions. So there's a little bit of fun incentive there to do well. We also created an app called Sanitizer. This is for tracking your favorite or least favorite KOLs on x.com. Basically, you could take their tweets and you could preserve them on a blockchain. That way, if they ever delete them, you could say, no, man, you stop bullshitting me. Like, I see what you said a month ago. You know? And actually, as our users add more and more tweets of KOLs, over time, it develops like a reputation score. And this is V1 of the app. We actually intend to automate a lot of the like prediction identification of tweets and logging them and making sure you get a more accurate representation of the KOL's performance over time, right? Like maybe one KOL is 80% of the time right, maybe another one is like 80% of the time full of crap. So Sanitizer, it's a little bit about that. Sensei, this is actually what we have. It's a proof of concept. This is what we have demoing at our booth on our tablet. So the idea is it's a feed where if you're a crypto investor, retail person who is trying to figure out what's happening in the market, what we did is we scrape all the Twitter data and we identify the predictions and we give them to you on one feed. So we help take away the noise of Twitter if that's where your primary source of information is, and we distill it down to just the predictions. And there's kind of a game. Do you agree with this prediction or do you not agree with this prediction? And this is just the proof of concept, so we haven't made the app yet, but the idea is it shouldn't just be for predictions. It could be really for anything. You can use this feed to train an ML model to actually better identify very niche and specific types of data, etc. So this is one part of how we can get our community to generate alpha together. We can give them a gamified experience where you do the actions on the feed, you gain experience points, you level up, and you qualify for airdrops. Even we can work with partners to also give additional rewards. And as you build up your level or your XP, you will gain access. You will have access actually to very valuable alpha. So whatever you generate through this app, you will be able to get like a free access to it via Sandbase or via any other one of our apps to that alpha. That's the idea. We want to create something that we will charge institutional clients and bigger clients a lot of money for. But if you're a retail investor or enthusiast of the crypto space and you're doing this for us, you get access to it in a way more inexpensive fashion. So we want to kind of break down that cost barrier for alpha for retail investors. So check it out at our booth. It's a pretty cool demo. So to wrap things up, we envision an alpha generating machine. And really, our vision is a gamified market intelligence ecosystem. So I shared a little bit about Sandbase, SANR, Sanitizer, the community tab. And that's just a handful out of, we have actually even more ideas on how we're going to make this ecosystem come together. This is still a vision that's being developed, of course. And what's really exciting is in about a year, we're going to launch a token. It's going to be a relaunch of our token, because I did mention we were one of the first ICOs, actually. And this relaunch of the token, it's going to be intimately intertwined in all of these apps. And we're going to be incentivizing people to actually create inputs in these apps and help us enrich our data even further. So in doing this, we're innovating in the InfoFi space. We want not only to create new forms of alpha and new forms of data, especially on the prediction side. Nobody's doing anything with prediction data. But we also want to actually have a positive impact on the average person in the space. You know, the average person in the space is not a founder. It is not a hedge fund investor. It's not a whale. You know, crypto was meant for the people, the average person. And so that's a huge part of our value and our ethos. And that's who we're building for. And of course, the puzzle pieces are coming together. So yeah, if it's relevant to you, reach out to us. I'd be happy to talk to you. If you're interested in our data via API, if you are an institutional person, I'm sorry, I don't have anything against you. I actually appreciate you guys, but I care a lot about the regular person, you know? So if it's relevant, reach out. Our head of API sales is here at the booth with us, Suzanne. And of course, I'm around, so feel free to talk to me about literally anything to do with InfoFi. It's interesting for me. I could demo use Sandbase. I could hook you guys up with extended free trials. So yeah, come by, say hello, and I'm really happy to talk to you guys. And yeah, there's a little infographic here. That's the stage where we're at now, and our booth is right here in the DeFi district. So yeah, happy to talk to you guys, and thank you for attending my talk.
Thank you. Thank you so much, David, for your insight. So now we have a couple of minutes for questions. So please, if you have any, please raise your hands and we'll give it to you. So I see, no. Please don't, yeah.
So the question was, what's my favorite sentiment metric?
Yeah.
That's a really good question. I would say it's probably liquidations, because I think liquidations have very strong predictive power on their own. So sentiment metrics, like the way that I use them is I often try to look at them as confirmation for a trading decision I might make. So I look at a lot of them. But if I see a spike in liquidations, actually that's a really good time to buy. So historically speaking, any time that there's a huge liquidation spike in crypto, if you bought at that moment, you made money. So, and I have successfully made money with that metric alone. So that's probably the #1 metric in my book. But of course, I really like, you know, MVRV. I like, there's a number of them. But yeah, I'll keep my answer short. But yeah, thank you for asking.
Thank you. And for the people that are watching live stream on X, hello. So they are watching it and maybe they are here or they are at home and they are coming in a bit later. Can you repeat where is your booth? So if they have any questions.
Yeah, sure. Our booth is in the DeFi district in the Green Pavilion. Come by and say hi. There's a big sentiment sign right at the top. We have some swag for you. We have some boot camps running. I think starting December 1st, we're going to do a 5-day mission-based onboarding for Sandbase. So if you'd like to participate, please join our Discord, say hello, and we'll shoot you a message. A message to everybody, but you know, it's for you. Yeah, come by, and Chris, thank you.
Thank you, David. So please, thank you so much, everyone. And let's wait for our next speaker. Please claps for David, everyone.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys coming and listening. The 10 of you and our team. Thank you.
And live stream, please don't forget our audience.
And live stream, of course. Sorry, you know, I have a bias for real life, but I see you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, David. We are back and ready for our next talk. So now that this year, I'm very proud to say that Devconnect is in Buenos Aires, Argentina, in Latam. Of course, there are a lot of beautiful characteristics, features, like the food, like the culture. Where there are also negative things as everything in crisis. So our next talk is going to be how we can turn those crises into opportunities. So please, let's all pay attention to this. And let's give it up to Alfredo. Please come into stage.
All right, thank you. Okay, thank you. I'm going to try to explain why Argentina can turn a lot of those crises that we've lived along the years and make it into an opportunity for growth. So there's this very famous quote from a Nobel Prize winner, Simon Kuznets, from the 70s. It says that there are 4 kinds of countries in the world: developed, underdeveloped, Japan, and Argentina. And what he meant by that is that developed countries, of course, everyone knows. Underdeveloped, everyone knows. Japan, because no one knows why it's developed. And Argentina, because no one knows why it's underdeveloped. But it wasn't always like that. Actually, in the start of the last century, in the early 1900s, Argentina was a developed country. It was always top 5 or top 10 in GDP per capita. In 1902, it was double the GDP per capita of Japan. And then, as we can see in the graph, things happened, and it started shifting, especially after the First and the Second World War, where Japan developed and Argentina didn't. So this is a very intuitive information regarding what Kuznets was saying in his quote. Now we can see the same for the other developed countries. We all started around $4,000 in GDP per capita in the early 1900s, and then the developed countries continued developing, but Argentina cannot stay the same. So we can see the path from the early 1900s until today, of what Argentina means in terms of the world rank in GDP per capita, and as we see, it's declining rather continuously. So basically, everyone watching would say, what's going on? So we're pretty unique in terms of going backwards. It's probably the only country that started being top 5 in development in the world, and it turned basically now to the backlot of countries being underdeveloped. That's probably the only case in the world. What did we do? Basically make all the wrong calls. In the early 1900s, we had governed by meat exports and a lot of capital inflows and infrastructure coming in. Between the world wars, basically we halted commerce. We didn't incorporate any technology, and we started falling back in terms of investments. And after 1945, all the bad decision making started coming in, and basically picked the wrong side, declaring war on the winners 3 days before World War II, was finished. And we got basically a populist government with a very strong anti-capitalist bias that killed productivity, killed investment, and basically depleted all the capital reserves. So that basically demolished all institutions, especially economic institutions. That took us almost to the 1990s. We had there 10 years of basically of a liberal stance government with capital inflows, basically, and some stability, but no profound reforms. So that lockdown reforms paved the way for the populist government to return. And basically, for those last 20 years, we had a corruption-based populist government. They depleted the rest of the capital and the rest of the institutions, and of course they aligned internationally with the wrong bunch. So it was very costly for society in all. And in 2025, we started sort of again with a very liberal government, probably the most liberal in Argentine history and one of the most liberal in the world. And they're still fighting now, trying to get and pass some reforms. So basically all these bad calls just killed the Argentine currency. In Argentina, anyone that's 50 years old or older has lived through 3 hyperinflations and at least 4 deposit confiscations. So in 1975, we had a hyperinflation with more than 50% a month inflation. In 1989, we had 124% a month. It turned out to be 2,600 annual inflation. In 2023, we had a 25% inflation in the month of December, annualized projection with 1,425%. And also, in 85, 90, 2001, 2002, and 2008, we have basically deposit and private sector confiscation from the government that took all the deposits and also the private pensions funds. So it's very difficult to construct any growth against that. Mostly because of fiscal deficits, all through the century from the 1900s on, all the red bars are fiscal deficit years, and only those 6 or 8 are the 90s stability period where you have a very small fiscal surplus. And you see last year is a very, very small fiscal surplus. So basically populist governments, what they do is they build on fiscal deficit. And they also, of course, default the sovereign debt. Argentina is the world champion in defaulting sovereign debt. Those are all the instances from 1827 all the way to 2020 where we had or either full or partial defaults. And those defaults, of course, hinder the credibility of the government and the interest rate that the government can finance that deficit. So if you have high deficit, you killed your own currency, by basically degrading it and with deposit confiscations. And also, you kill external financing by defaulting the external debt. The only tool available to finance fiscal deficit is through sovereign currency debasement, meaning you get inflationary tax, right? You tax the people through inflation. So everybody in Argentina knows that the currency will debase basically forever, so they reject local currency, and government usually bans financial exchange from peso to other international currencies. So everybody still uses the US dollar. This is a newspaper from 1971 declaring that it's a felony to buy US dollars. Actually, this is still in place. It's still considered a felony in Argentina if you buy US dollars outside the regulations. Of course, no one cares about this, and everybody still buys it. So expensive stuff, you buy cash in USD, and half the economy is basically informal in cash because of all these dynamics. So banks can really participate in economic activity, and banks are the main driver for economic growth through loans and deposits. And if you see all through the last decade, but basically all through its history, Argentina has only had an average a little bit over 10% of loans to the private sector. And if you look at any developing country, it's between 6 and 8 times more than that. And of course, an advanced country is 15 times more than that. And also, Argentina is the champion of the world in terms of holding US cash, because the economy transacts in cash because of what I've explained of all these bad decisions. So basically, economics agents have only one exclusive nominal anchor, which is the exchange rate between Argentine pesos and dollars. And because of all those debasement events, economic agents basically reject Argentine peso. So we end up having multiple exchange rates to the US dollar, basically those that are allowed and those that are not allowed, but people use anyway. It's very difficult to put a graph or to put numbers into this if you're not from here and if you're not used to the currency being debased basically every year of your life. So in 1881, we had our first national bill. As in every other country in the world, banks used to issue bills, banks used to issue cash, and it only got nationalized only a few years ago, a few decades ago, to be exact. Argentina was one of the first countries to actually enact a central bank, and that was in the early 1900s. But in 1881, we had our first national bill. It was like a centralized national bill, and it was worth 1.04 Argentine pesos for each dollar. So it was pretty much 1-to-1 to the US dollar. So we started 1-to-1 in 1881. And then we started changing the currency because of hyperinflations or high inflation. So governments would change the currency to try to generate some sort of trust in the new currency. So we took 3 zeros in 1970, 3 more in 83, 3 more in 86, 3 more in 91, and then in 2014 we established the peso as the last currency. But since then, we've multiplied that for 1,500. So it was 1-to-1 in 2014. Actually, it was 1-to-1 in 2000, again with the US dollar, the 1 peso, $1 until 2000. And since then, it's 1,500 now. So in the last currency exchange, we added 1,500 times. And it's very difficult to manifest in numbers. So I did a calculation, it's all right there. How many 1 peso bills from 1881 you would need to buy $1 bill, same dollar from 1881 that is still current now. So even the AI couldn't picture this. But if you fill the Boca Juniors Stadium with bills, you need to build a tower with 1 peso bills to buy $1 today. And it couldn't get it because the tower needs to be 1,500 miles tall. All right. So the IA, I've tried the IA prompting it. I'm very good at prompting AI. I've tried prompting it. It couldn't get it. It didn't get it. So I had to sort of try to make it, and it still doesn't work. But you can imagine it's a 1,500 mile high tower of 1 peso bills that started 1-to-1 in 1881 to buy just $1 today. Now, if you think, okay, that goes like to the stratosphere. No, you're wrong. It goes to the exosphere. All right. So that's how tall it needs to be, and that's how you can get an idea of what it means to debase the currency constantly. So even with all that shit going on, we in Argentina are specialists in enduring, in thrive, in inventing, in finding different ways to move forward. Actually, we build products, we build stuff. I used the typo purposely. If anyone knows about hodling, well, we know about building. We're the only underdeveloped country that's funded 11 unicorns. A unicorn is a company that's worth more than $1 billion. So we have Argentine founders of 11 unicorns. That's the only underdeveloped country that gets so many. And we are very high in all the rankings in cryptocurrency adoption. We were very early on, and we're very high in all the rankings. And this is basically because we have no institutional currencies and we have no banking system. So we're still building, and we keep building stuff around all these problems, trying to get technology to use technology. So Ethereum actually built a golden bridge for Argentines to go above all that labyrinth of bad decisions and bad regulation. People very early resorted to crypto wallets, stablecoins, DeFi, and decentralized technology to overcome all these difficulties. And Ethereum actually technologically allows for money 2.0. It allows us to build better tools, to build better money. And those are not dependent on a government. You can do it decentralized. So this gives Argentina, but especially Argentines, a golden ticket into a more developed economy where you can build tools to get the ability to transact, save, invest, and even work remotely, integrated into advanced economies. And you don't have to tolerate bad policy as much anymore. So we can also build a better economy at home. I'll mention what I'm building with, of course, a group of partners, and it's a digital peso stablecoin. It's USDC, but actually peso denominated. We have a stand here in the DeFi district. Please come by and say hi. But basically, what you do is you sign up, you send fiat pesos to a digital bank account number that we issue, and 15 seconds later you have digital pesos on the blockchain. The same amount, no fees. And this basically allows, of course, 24/7 payments, transactions, and also it allows the most played Argentine sport, which is buying USD. And you can buy USD via USDC, USDT, or any other US stablecoin, frictionless and free of any regulations or limitations or even banking hours. So we have like a lot of use cases like every other stablecoin, B2B payments, actually treasury management, of course, points of sales, and of course onboarding and bridges, and also on and off ramping, very efficient for into Argentina and out of Argentina. So anyone running a business that needs on and off ramping, come and see us. We can talk to you. So even after all the bad shit that I talked about, what we've done, or actually other people have done with our institutions, after this week, if you come from abroad, you will have met the friendliest people. You will have eaten the best meat ever. You will have drunk the best wine. You will have been greeted by the greatest hosts to guests in the world. We love having guests. We're great hosts. We're very heartwarming. You will have lived with our passion. And of course, you will want to come back for sure. Hopefully, we will be in a much better position. So, here we stand once more, looking for actually the way to make it. We're very used to it. As more Argentines lend their way to this liberating technology that we see in Ethereum, we will build, of course, a better future for ourselves with these great tools. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And yes, I just want to recap a little bit about it. So we have more seeing all the crises. And if you are not from Argentina, and if you're not from Latam, and you're from another country, continent, now you know a little bit more about the history and the problems and the crisis and how blockchain is trying to help solve this problem. And I want to give a shout out also to our audience live stream. So you can go to the Ethereum Foundation YouTube channel if you want to rewatch again, or you want to learn more about this and watch all our talks so far. So again, I'm going to repeat the Ethereum Foundation YouTube channel. Okay, now, if there is any question, please raise your hand and we will pass you the mic. Okay, yes.
Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿En español puede ser? Sí.
Sí, en español.
Quería saber si es que están recibiendo los depósitos en una cuenta, ¿esos depósitos se pueden usar para generar intereses o ganancias, por ejemplo, como un banco tradicional, o no necesariamente?
Sí, hay un producto que está por lanzar la próxima semana que permite staking de esos DIPes y te va a pagar la tasa de interés en peso argentino, que es una tasa muy competitiva, superior al 25 o 30% anual, con el staking de esos DIPes. Y puede ser.
Y otra pregunta también era, hablabas de una operación 24/7. ¿Significa que en el mercado local no se puede operar 24/7 con el peso?
Bueno, a través de los bancos tienen horarios, pero lo cierto es que ahora con la tecnología es muy posible, sí, transaccionar en la mayoría de los horarios, pero los bancos tradicionales todavía tienen horario, como en todo el mundo, ¿verdad? I had a video that was, since I was running out of time, but if we have 2 more minutes, maybe we can show the video to close that and see. I don't know if we can show the audio, but yeah, that with the clicker. Let's see. Okay. All right. Si no pasa, no importa. No importa. It's a video about Argentina. You can find it online or in Twitter or anyone. It shows like some nice places, and I'm sure everyone can find it on Twitter. There you go.
Esto es Argentina. Y esto también es Argentina. Y esto, y esto, y esto. ¡Cuánta libertad, no te parece! Pero sí, en Argentina eres libre de elegirlo todo. Libertad para estar a las 10 p.m. aquí, o simplemente aquí. Libertad para perderte en la inmensidad. ¿Necesitas más inmensidad para sentirte libre? No hay problema, tenemos más. Disfrútala. Libertad para elegir tu clima perfecto. Libertad para expresarte. Libertad para deleitarte con sabores que te sorprenden, deleitan y se quedan contigo para siempre. Libertad para encontrar confort en hoteles de primera categoría, infraestructura moderna y la cálida hospitalidad que te hace sentir como en casa. Libertad para disfrutar del silencio. O apagarlo. Hace más de 200 años, pusimos esa palabra en nuestro himno no una, sino 3 veces. Libertad. Libertad, libertad. Si buscas una tierra de infinitas oportunidades, de aventuras por descubrir, para descansar o para volver aún más vivo, Argentina lo tiene todo. Una tierra donde la libertad, la diversidad y las experiencias inolvidables hacen que cada momento sea realmente impagable. Ven a visitarnos y disfruta de un lugar donde la libertad vive en cada rincón. Argentina, aquí vive la libertad.
All right, thank you.
Everyone, thank you, thank you. And I'm gonna stay with that one last phrase, Argentina has it all, that it says in Spanish. So yes, I think as now that Devconnect is in Buenos Aires, and there are a lot of foreigners and they have just traveled for this specific event, it is important to know about a little bit more about the culture. So thanks to Alfredo for showing us that video. We're coming up with our next speaker. So let's wait for a bit. Ya estamos con él. We are back and ready for our next talk. We have been learning today more about real world assets, about a little bit of DeFi, how it's helping a country. And now we're gonna get deep into decentralized finance and how it can teach and help fintechs. So let's give it up for our next speaker. I don't wanna miss his name, Merlin Egalito. Please come to the stage, and the stage is yours.
All right. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm super bullish on Argentina, LATAM, after the previous panel. Cool. So today we're going to see why and how DeFi will become the backend of fintechs and finance in general. So I guess you know all those, pretty much all of those fintechs. So you have Nubank, Revolut, Klarna, and a bunch of others. All those fintechs are coming on chain. Those fintechs, they are technologically driven. They are agile and innovative. They move fast. They understand what it is to build deep technical products. They have intuitive user experience, way better than their bank counterpart, and they are more accessible to TradFi. A critical point is that fintechs own the distribution. They have dozens or even hundreds of millions of users. All those users prefer using fintechs because it's more convenient, it's easier to use compared to a classical bank account. For instance, Robinhood has 25 million of users, Revolut has 50 million of users across Europe, and they're expanding in the US now. But there's one pain point that they're facing. They don't own their infrastructure. They rely on legacy financial systems, TradFi systems, old APIs, and they don't own that. That means that at any time, the bank or the third party that they use can shut down the API or block them from getting data. This is where DeFi comes in. DeFi is going to supercharge fintech and their distribution with the positive impact of DeFi infrastructure. This is what we call the DeFi mullet. This is fintech in the front, DeFi in the back. We have a stand where you can get a haircut and a mullet on the left. But basically what this means is you have a nice UX, a familiar UX on the front with a familiar mobile app. But on the back end, instead of relying on TradFi and legacy financial infrastructures, we use DeFi. This is inevitable because when you look at DeFi is much more efficient than TradFi. You get access to global access to liquidity. It's easier to integrate. Everything is open source. Everything is transparent, and it's based on trustless and immutable code. So everything you can create products that are that you can, as a fintech, end-to-end own. This is a DeFi thesis because if you look at how it's built, the TradFi legacy system, you have many banks, like 50K of banks exist in the world. They are all repeating and using the same servers, the same reproducing the same infrastructure on their side, while in fact they could all be connected to the same backend and share liquidity, so that the liquidity from one bank or the deposit of one bank could be reused on the other side of the planet by another bank, and everything would compound and would make the whole thing much more efficient. This is the DeFi thesis. Why doing that? Because you get access to global efficiency. With a single unified backend, the deposit of, let's say, Société Générale, which is a big French bank, the deposit on that side could feed the borrow demand on the Coinbase mobile app, for instance, for US citizen. The deposit on the crypto.com application could also feed the Coinbase users. So you can see that with access to global liquidity, you get better terms, better liquidity, better price for end users, and you create a truly open and competitive market for everyone. It's easier to integrate because everyone is building open source tools that can be easily reused to build your product. So we have now smart accounts that are fully open source, gas relayers, the usage of passkeys, open source APIs that just simplify everything from like building and connecting to smart contract to building the interface. So everything is becoming much more transparent, but also easier to build. This is just a plug and play infrastructure, enabling like a go-to-market for product way easily. This is also much more transparent because we're building on top of public blockchains. So you have a screenshot of Alameda Research that was one of the cause of the FTX issues. On the public blockchain, everything is accessible, verifiable, so everything that is happening on Morpho and the lending protocol can be easily surfaced to end users or to the bank or the fintech that is integrating the DeFi protocol. So you can spot issues way in advance, and you don't have to wait for the quarterly reports like you need to do in the legacy system. End-to-end ownership, what that means is instead of having a fintech relying on a huge number of different intermediaries like broker-dealers, clearinghouse, custodies, etc., you just replace all of this by just one single protocol that is fully auditable, that is immutable, and governance-less. What that means is when you build a yield or a borrow product, for instance, on top of Morpho, you don't fear to have your API be shut down. You own the interface, you own the product, and you are solely the owner of the whole thing, and you decide on the terms, on the distributions, and the configuration. So you have full flexibility on the product that you can create. So let's see a bit the DeFi mullet in action. This is an example of Coinbase. So Coinbase has gave accessibility to access to DeFi loans on top of Morpho. So Coinbase users can collateralize position with Bitcoin and borrow USDC at a cheap rate. Currently, there's 1.5 billion of collateral that have been deposited into Morpho, and 1 billion of USDC loans that are currently active. Users just get login into the Coinbase main app, so the centralized exchange app, and they just do one click. It's using passkey, and that's it. So there's a video, but it does not seem to work. The user experience is one click, so it's very familiar to any users that is using Revolut or any other neobank. It's seamless, and users can get USDC back to their centralized account, so that with their credit card, like the Coinbase credit card, or they can pay for coffees using USDC. On the other side, they have enabled Coinbase Lend, which is basically earn yield on top of USDC, almost like 7 or 8% on USDC, and there's a nice flywheel that is. Oh, sorry, oops. It's not working, but there's a nice flywheel. I don't know how to come back, but anyway, there's a nice flywheel with the Coinbase integration where there's a lend product, and the USDC are lent to the Coinbase borrowers. so that you create a flywheel where the offer on one side feeds the demand on the other side. Cool things that I've heard is that some users have swapped their mortgage loans against BTC-backed loans because the rate was cheaper. So in LATAM or Argentina, for instance, it could be the same where Argentinian holders of Bitcoin that wants to hold Bitcoin to hedge against inflation would be able to, for instance, borrow USDC or USDT against their Bitcoin instead of selling, so that they can spend and buy things using US dollar. So this is a kind of example of DeFi molded product that you can create on top of Morpho. We have other examples. So I should have put the example of Lemon, which is a LATAM neobank. They are using Morpho as backend to power some yield product on top of USDC and USDT, and which offer Argentinian users, but I think also Colombian users recently, the capacity to earn yield on their deposit and savings, which is something that is quite hard using TradFi guardrails. We have been integrating in Ledger, in Safe, which is a famous multi-sig, and the Trust Wallet, as well. We have many more integrations using centralized exchange, fintechs, but also trillion-dollar asset managers that are seeing the benefits of using DeFi as backend for the different advantage and asset that I've mentioned earlier. So that's it. Thank you everyone. I don't know if you have any questions, but this is the future of finance.
I love that. So, okay, I'm going to repeat. This is the future of finance. I'm going to say with that. So, please, any questions, raise your hand, and this is your chance to get to know a little bit more about this. Don't be shy. I have one, actually. So what would you say is the main problem right now on reaching to fintechs?
So I think the main problem is, so all fintechs that are coming to us, they want to offer yield to their users. They are coming and, hey, we want to offer what's the risk-free rate for all our users, so it could be around 4 or 5%. But if you do that using TradFi, there's tons of intermediaries. It could be like dozens of intermediaries that are each taking a cut. And when you add all those cuts, maybe the rate is 5% at the beginning, but you end up with 1 or 2%. So they would offer 1 or 2% to their users. The fintech will try to take a cut on this because they need to make to generate revenue, make profit, etc. But at the end of the day, the service, the product to end users is not super attractive, and the fintech is not making that much money. While getting 4 or 5% in DeFi, because there is no intermediary, it's quite easy. So instead of going through that legacy route, you just go straight to DeFi protocols, no intermediary, you integrate that, the yield is maybe 5-6%, they can take a cut on this, and the end yield for users is around, I don't know, 4 or 5%, but the fintech is making much more revenue, so which can the fintech can reinvest in better product, enhancement, etc. But at the same time, the product is way better for the end users as well, and the fintech is becoming more competitive versus the legacy system.
Interesting. So now that we are currently in Argentina, what have you seen in the market? Do you see like there is like a good opportunity? What can you tell them, especially to those people that live in Argentina, Argentinian fintechs maybe? Have you seen anything?
So I can take the example of Lemon. Lemon is a great example. I think there's millions of users in Argentina. what users want is being able to save in US dollar, get good yield on this, but still be able to pay in pesos. I think that's like the yield. We're working with Lemon to provide that to users, which is insane because you can't have access to that using the financial legacy financial building blocks. So using DeFi, you can do that. There are still some issues that we need to fix. For instance, getting a loan, a mortgage loan in Argentina, it's not possible. So why not giving the accessibility to users to get collateralized loans by Bitcoin or ETH to get access to loans so that they can use to buy houses. So those are the kind of things that we want to investigate. We want to try in Argentina, in Latam, so that we can actually fix and fix real issues that people are facing here today.
Excellent talk. Thank you so much. If we have no more questions, let's give it up for our speaker. Can you please say your name again?
I'm Merlin, co-founder of Morpho, and Morpho is a universal lending protocol that has close to 13 billion of total deposit around the world. So in the US, in Europe, in America, Latam, Asia, everywhere.
I have understand a little bit more, so thank you so much. Please, let's give it up for him. Thank you.
Thanks for the invite.
Okay, guys, just a reminder that you can also rewatch this talk on YouTube, Ethereum Foundation channel. Okay, that's it. Let's wait for our next talk. Thank you. Hola, hola, hola. Okay. We are ready for our next talk. And I'm glad because we're going to get a little bit more deep. So we have seen a lot of talks about DeFi, but I think that this is going to be even more interesting. So we're going to discuss now and learn more about DeFi liquidity. So let's get a round of applause for the co-founder of onchain. Please, Kerdal, come in. Claps, please, claps for him. And this stage is yours.
So, hi everyone. My name is Sergey Kunz. I'm co-founder of onchain. And today, I'm going to speak about the capital efficiency crisis in DeFi. 83 to 95% of all deployed capital sit idle or generate suboptimal returns in liquidity protocols such as Uniswap, Balancer, Curve, SushiSwap, PancakeSwap, and others, due to the special pool architecture of DeFi protocol. If you look more deeper in the analytics, if you scan this QR code, you will land on a dune.com website where you can see our research, where we discovered that 84% of capital is idle in Uniswap v3, Uniswap v4, and of course in Uniswap v2, what is full range liquidity protocol. Even Curve liquidity stays idle and only participate in the price formation, but is not working to generate fees for the liquidity providers. Uniswap v2 is a old thing with $1.5 billion of TVL right now, and in average between 2024 and 2025 with $1.85 billion TVL. Still generating fees with 95 liquidity, what is idle, not working. Uniswap v3 and Uniswap v4 got huge amount of liquidity out of range, so no one earns anything on these positions. And the same problem, a lot of liquidity sits idle, additionally to this problem. Less than 50% of LPs earn something. And this JIT, just-in-time liquidity providing by math bots in liquidity pools. On bigger trades, math extractors watching out for the transactions in the mempool, inject liquidity by using flash loans and or own money into liquidity pool before the trade happened on the pool. Catch all the fees, almost all fees in the pool into your own pocket, and remove the liquidity directly after the swap in the same block. Only in the past year, only in one single pool of Uniswap v3, there were more than $30 million extracted from the liquidity provider earnings. And of course, we have huge fragmentation. We have need of aggregators. We had the need already in 2019 when we found into a simple idea to aggregate liquidity sources by doing a single transaction and doing some math to find the best distribution among them. Nowadays, it's much harder. We have more than 7 million pools among the DeFi space. Why we should have 4 different pools? What has 1% fee, 5 bips fee, 30 bips fee? Who says that this amount of fees is the right amount for this specific pair? And why we need to pull together? So we can face JIT extractions. Through the distribution of these different pools, like the defragmentation of the liquidity among these different pools, we face also higher price impact because the liquidity needs to be splitted, even for the same pair. Ethereum USDC, for example, we have a lot of different pools. Why the hell we do that? But what if the same capital can power multiple strategies at the same time? Today we are happy to show our 1H Aqua, the first shared liquidity protocol, a layer, what introduced shared liquidity approach. This is a breakthrough. It's fully self-custody service, a protocol where don't require you to lock your assets in smart contracts and liquidity pools, where your liquidity sits idle from 80 to 90% of the capital. You can apply multiple strategies on the same liquidity, and you even have additional options to utilize the tokens. A good example is Uni token. If you deposit it in a liquidity pool, you cannot participate in the government and vote maybe against Hayden proposal to enable fees for LPs. So how Aqua works, all the assets stays in your wallet. You can apply multiple strategies on top of your assets. All this volume, what goes through the strategies, goes through specific implementation of the AMM, a virtual AMM, and specific rules, what are written in stone. No one can change them. And the capital works without fragmentation. You don't need to split your ETH among 3 different pools, or your stablecoins among 4 different pools to try to catch the volume. And any existing AMM can be implemented in just under 10 lines of code. If you look at a classic approach, what we have right now with all the protocols like Uniswap, Balancer, Curve, and others, you as liquidity provider, you need to lock your funds in those liquidity pools. And all the aggregators or arbitrage traders, market makers, use this liquidity and exchange assets among them and generate some fees for you as a liquidity provider. But we can do it differently. So a small, thin layer written in 100 lines of code allows everyone to create virtual strategies what interact with your wallet directly. It can be a normal wallet, UE wallet, or it can even be a Gnosis wallet or Ledger multi-sig wallet. Aqua is a layer what do accounting. It accounts the balances and approvals of each liquidity provider to all these different virtual AMMs. We give you a MM Lego system where you can define your strategy by yourself. Of course, you can use predefined one, similar to Uniswap v2 if you want to set full range, or Uniswap v3 with concentrated liquidity, or you want a balancer with 5 tokens of your portfolio, what gets always rebalanced based on the balancer formula, or you use Curve. You can use different money Legos and put them together to a strategy. Here in an example, you can choose constant product formula like you see in Uniswap. You can charge flat fee. You can even charge progressive fee based on the amount exchanged on your position. You can charge more fees. When the market moves, the protocol, the liquidity pool, the virtual AMM doesn't know what's happening outside, but you can guess. If someone exchanges a lot, then you can theoretically charge a lot. Such custom strategies are possible to implement in under 10 lines of code and just use it as an instruction in our protocol. You can even select a concentrated liquidity easily. I give you 3 examples of instructions, what we introduced, and everyone is welcome to contribute with own custom mathematical formulas to improve the efficiency of our decentralized financial space. So concept product is what you see on Uniswap. This formula was invented by Martin, the founder of Gnosis, and was used then at the end by Hayden Adams for Uniswap. We introduced constant liquidity, not tick-based. It's just based on the scales. So there are 2 options. You can earn fees and your liquidity becomes deeper, or the price range can grow based on earned liquidity. Simple thing can be reviewed by everyone, less than 10 lines of code. We have something what we also add as an example, as an advanced Lego for your strategy. It could be a spread decay approach from Uniswap 2020. Uniswap is a small project of our 1-inch team, what we introduced 2020. We collected $2 billion of volume, and we were able to generate half of the Uniswap fees, but having only a quarter of the liquidity in the protocols. So in this case, if someone exchange assets in a strategy, the arbitrage opportunity is getting sold based on Dutch auction. So the arbitrage traders don't cut on your earnings, but pay you to be able to arbitrage the price in the reverse direction. A lot of very advanced strategies are possible. Since the assets are sitting on your wallet, you can use money market, you can use ARG, you can use Morpho, even compound. You can deposit in your money market, for example, 1 million USDT, and then you can leverage it. You can borrow USDC and use USDS and deposit again. So you can create a leverage. And then you withdraw like once again, you borrow once again, and you deposit once again. So you can make a leverage up to 5x, 4, 5x, depends. So in this case here, you could have 3 million of USDT instead of 1 million USDT and 2 million that, and you will be still good in terms of liquidations. And our protocol is flexible enough so a custom strategy can deposit first into your wallet and then get the destination token after the swap sent from the custom trading strategy, so you don't face any liquidations risks, and you get an exchange. So you can actually multiply your liquidity by this custom strategy. It's only one of those. If you're looking at the current situation with AMMs and DEXs, if you want to build own DEX, own AMM, you have a really nice idea, but you struggle with the thing that you need TVL. Yeah, you need someone who gives you the funds. This someone needs to remove these funds from somewhere where they already maybe generate 10% of CPY. And then you need to take care about a lot of code. You need to write custom logic for deposit, withdrawal, balances accounting, swap settlement. You need to audit it. Yeah. And of course, you need your magic sauce, your swap logic, what would generate more yield than all others. So the entry barrier for developers, for DEXs, for MMs is huge right now in the space, because major players like Uniswap sitting out there and saying on Twitter that time to time competitors appear, but on the chart we see that we have the most TVL, and they disappear again because of the huge entry barrier. And we are changing this with Aqua. We're offering you a framework where you can build your own MMs, and you don't compete anymore on TVL, you compete on the efficiency of your strategy. Look on the landscape. We have very complex setups, very low capital efficient setups like Uniswap V2, with still $1.5 billion in it. We have Balancer. We have seen the huge hack on Balancer. And this is a huge problem of all the developers. They need to write a lot of code. The architecture, what is used right now in the market, is too complex. You need to reinvent almost everything. But after Aqua, you don't have to. You don't have to take care about anything except your special spicy sauce strategy. So one more time, we have shared liquidity. We can use the same liquidity for multiple trading strategies. The capital efficiency is actually unlimited. It depends on how many pairs you create. I give you an example. If you have 1,000 Ethereum and you want to provide this 1,000 Ethereum into 3 different strategies, or maybe 4, For example, Ethereum USDT, Ethereum USDC, Ethereum DAI, and Ethereum WBTC. Right now, you need to choose the right pool with the specific fees, what you think what would be maybe okay. But who says that 5 bips is okay? Who says that 30 bips is okay for this specific pair, Ethereum and WBTC? So you're free to choose how much fee you want to charge on specific pair, and this full amount of your Ethereum will be shared among these strategies, so you don't have to cut it in these 4 pieces. You can use the full amount. That means you get deeper liquidity, lower price impact, more volume, and more volume means more fees for you as LP. So it's true self-custody. When you deposit in a smart contract, it's not self-custody. It's a smart contract custody. You need to trust the developers that they did everything good. And we have seen in Balancer case, over multiple years, no one could do something with this vulnerability, what was found recently. But through the complexity and this huge amount of code, something will fail. There's a Morpheus law. If something can fail, it will fail. That's why we at 1inch, we try to reduce the complexity of any produced code to the minimum. We try always to remove if something can be removed, and try to adopt new kind of architecture. It's what we introduced with 1inch Aqua. Just as we did in 2019 by introducing aggregation among decentralized exchanges, Aqua is set to revolutionize DeFi. I would maybe say improve. It's not a revolution from our point of view. It's huge change for the DeFi space. It's a thing where everyone needs to rethink about how they now build all the protocols. Aqua is the end of the fragmentation for DeFi markets makers. So we offer SDKs already. It's a developer release. We focus on researchers, security experts for the community, and for sure we want to get some credibilities in terms of for LPs, so that everyone understands what are the benefits of this protocol and that we are safe. We have only 100 lines of code. And of course, we have our bounties, $100,000 of bounties for developers, security experts, and researchers to improve our protocol. This is not just another protocol. It's a layer. This is a foundation for scalable, capital-efficient DeFi, what will replace traditional finances. This is the end of wasted capital. This is the beginning of shared liquidity. Developer release is available from now. Start building. You're welcome to join the Ethereum Global Hackathon this weekend. We will be there. Come to us. We have a lot of ideas what can be built on top of Aqua, from vaults for generating huge amount of yield to other implementation of new kind of DEXs on top of this layer. We are not competing with anyone on the DEX space. We are empowering everyone here to be more flexible, to be able to build innovations in short amount of time, and this highly safety and secure for both sides, for the user and for the developers itself. Built on Aqua, go at oneinch.com/aqua. Take a look on that. We have a white paper, and join our hackathon on this weekend. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here.
No, please, no. Thank you so much, Sergej. And wow, okay, we have a couple of audience here, so this is your chance. So please, before I ask for if you have any questions, so what tips do you have for people hacking it global?
Yeah, just
to be the winners, of course.
Just try whatever you think it makes sense. I have seen a lot of people, they don't believe in themselves. We face the same problem at 1inch. A lot of people at 1inch also sometimes don't really believe in themselves. So we have very often hard deadlines, especially Aqua release, for example. And people were thinking it's not possible to deliver. But I try to show them that it's possible. You just to believe in yourself, and you just try. And when you try and fail, try again. Again and again and again, and one day you will have success.
Awesome. Who's going to Eat Global? I'm coming. Who is it? Okay, yeah. You got the tips from the co-founder itself. So, okay, who's got questions? Please raise your hand. Okay, we have here.
Hello, thank you. Very interesting presentation. As an LP, what are the challenges, risks that you see moving forward? And the second question, when do you see this product is being out so people, normal users, can LP on it?
So what risk you can face is, of course, smart contract risks. That's why we did developer release. We ensure that all the security experts have time to look on that, also independent one. Of course, we from our side order them as much as possible on security audits from different top-tier security auditors. In terms of capital risks, of course, impairment loss like you have everywhere else. But we improve the capital efficiency utilization of the assets through shared liquidity. That's why you should actually have better conditions, much better conditions than you can get everywhere else. In terms of release, we address end of this year. Again, my people say no, and I say yes. And we meet, I think, again in Dubai, in our office, and we'll work all together as a team with a special force team. We normally form special force teams where we work on the release to deliver high quality result at the end. Every project is welcome to build own interfaces, to use the Aqua layer to build own custom solutions. Even you can run it as a white label solution, so if you have a team, you can build it already by yourself. You need maybe to wait until the security audits are there from the protocol itself, and you can already start using it by yourself.
Thank you for the question. We have another one here.
Hi. So if you have like a liquidity, underlying liquidity that's split across like, I don't know, 3 different or 5 different pools, right? Like, doesn't that increase kind of like a chance of failed transaction? Because, well, right now like you have like one liquidity for one pool, but then you kind of like share it across different pools. So like yes. if now you're depending that like if liquidity in all the other pools, virtual liquidity, gets moved, like now you cannot access the funds, right? So like it just seems like it increases the chances.
I have a counter question to you. What are you using for swaps?
Aggregators or CowSwap.
Great. So part of the volume from CowSwap goes to OneInch as well, because there are solvers who are using all the aggregators on the hood and have own engine like ButterSwap, for example. They are professionals, and you should not care as a user that the transaction will fail, because they are doing that, they monitor that, and they calculate by themselves how to distribute the funds for the swaps.
If the slippage is higher, they're going to charge me more in advance. So like, yeah, but yeah. Like, but there's another question about like, well, yeah, it's fine. So,
yeah, so in terms of like charging more fees and something like that, so the aggregator finds you the best execution. Yeah, they have an algorithm, multi-graph algorithm. What we have, for example, it sources all the liquidity sources and arbitrage them. It's actually arbitrage algorithm. These aggregators are actually arbitrage algorithms, what finds the best distribution among all the different pools, pairs, and dApps as well. So you should not care about that, and they are doing that very well. And we as OneInch, we are doing this also very well. And anyway, you use intent-based protocols, what actually is safe for you as a user.
Another question is that like, if like right now, like if you go to Uniswap or something like that, like you have like basically shared liquidity. So like, it's pretty cheap gas-wise, right? But from my understanding, maybe I'm not understanding fully the protocol, but if you're using liquidity from people's wallet, from actual wallets, it seems like there's a lot of transfers, a lot of like, kind of like partitioning, right? But yes. Maybe I'm not understanding like...
fragmentation. It's a problem of aggregators. So if you have a nice position where aggregator can arbitrage, because someone wants to exchange on on the aggregator, they find the best distribution, and of course there are more transfers potentially, maybe less, but we have enough volume to cover the whole liquidity of DeFi with proper volumes. So they are all properly arbitraged. So it doesn't mean that it's not efficient in terms of execution. There will be always bigger pools, smaller pools, or maybe even vaults where someone just create a custom strategy in a vault and people can pool together. So these pools can be used for these swaps, and it's less fragmented. Yeah.
But then it's the same as it is today, right? Like.
Yeah, it's more difficult for aggregators nowadays than with Aqua, than with the liquidity pools that we have out there, because we will have much more positions. But they are very good in finding the proper arbitrage opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
We have one last question. One last. Who wants to be that? Okay, there. That's the last one. Yeah.
Two basic questions. Which chains will it be available on? And is there any limit to the number of DeFi strategies that one wallet can provide liquidity to?
So we deployed already on all available chains on 1inch. It's around 13 chains, EVM compatible. We are looking for Solana, also looking for support from the community to join us, to contribute, to build also on Sui and other blockchains. It's only 100 lines of code what you need to translate. So it's already there. You can already play around with this. You can find it in the docs. And in terms of limitations, there are no limitations. It's unlimited capital efficiency. You can create as many positions as you want.
Well, there you go. Thank you for the questions, and thank you. So please give it up.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
And we have our next stop in a couple of minutes.
Thank you.
Hola, hola. All right, all right, all right. We're ready for our next talk. Okay. So this time we're going to change a little bit the mood. Okay. And we are going to learn and get to know more about internet speed with noise. So we're going to focus on raising, building, and scaling early stage companies. So let's give it up for Dev. Please come up stage, and it's all yours.
Check, yeah. It's working. Hello all, I am Dev, co-founder Noise, and today I'm here to talk about my experience of building a startup, an on-chain startup, and like just share my experience of how I've been able to do a lot, raise a lot of capital, bootstrap my 100 million eyeballs, do a lot of things in a matter of 6 months. What we're trying to do next is like, we realize there are a lot of startups that are in a place that we were at, like pre-PMF, pre-money, pre-validation. And usually they are like struggling to find two things, which is like capital and distribution. And today I'll talk about how Noise can help you get there. Before I get into it, I want to talk to you about who we are as a team. We're a small team of like 6 people, and we are not anything relevant. We are not like, we do not have any credentials. We do not have we have not raised in the past. We do not have like a lot of connections in the ecosystem. We are like dark horses, and like what we are trying to do is work with dark horses who are like in a similar stage. 6 months ago, like 8 months ago, we just shut down our startup, which was called Cast Money. It was a project that we really believed in. It was a project that we grinded for like 10 to 12 months, and we put all our resources, all the capital, all the hours that we had in the startup throughout last year. And at some point in time, earlier this year, we realized it's not working out. We realized that the writing on the wall was that things are not working out as we hoped for, and like we have to shut it down. And a lot of founders, I feel like, go through this dilemma that when you have spent like 10 to 12 months working on something, there's a lot of sunk cost fallacy. There's a lot of emotional baggage to the decision of shutting down a startup. And just 8 months ago, we were there. Like we shut down a startup, and that's when we started working on Noise. With Noise, like when we started working here, like we didn't have any access to capital. We didn't have anything going on for us. But like we still want to build something. We can't stay put, right? We are friends who've been building something or the other for the last few years of our life. And we were like, why not again? Why not do it again? The only thing we did differently this time was, instead of launching something, bootstrapping it for years, doing something, and then trying to find PMF, and then trying to raise funding the typical way, we launched a token on day one. And the only reason for us to launch a token on day one was, hey, we need to be on Twitter. Twitter wants 50K per month for API access. We do not have the money. So like, how do we even build this? We decided that we'll go to the internet and just, if they're buying what we're selling, we have validation, we have some kind of traction, and then we'll use the capital that we raised to build out whatever you want to build out. That was 6 months ago. Just launching a token really just changed the trajectory of how we were thinking about building the startup. As you would see, like in 6 months, we've been able to do a lot. We launched on Base, we launched on Farcaster, and very quickly, like we did like 12 million microtransactions with the first app, which was like a tipping product where every like, comment, every social interaction is coupled with a transaction. So like if you're liking someone's post, that like becomes like a token that you're sending. And what we wanted to do was, we wanted to create a network where like anyone who's creating value, creating a valuable piece of content, they should get paid for the content right away. The app went viral, the token went viral, everything went viral, and like in like less than 3 months, we were able to do like 7-8 million transactions. We had like touched like 50,000 people. And like we had like transacted, we had a volume of like $1 million of transactions happening through Noise. Soon after, we became like a breakaway success for Base. We won the Base batch 001. We were part of the Base Day 1 event in LA, and like we were one of the 2 startups that presented there. We also were the fastest fair launch token that got listed by Coinbase on their SEX. And like ultimately, it all resulted in us raising a round from Balaji and from Coinbase Ventures. And it's just like we speed run through a lot of things that for the 10 months prior, for the 12 months prior, we were not able to do. And like in 6 months, we have been able to live years. And like my thing is, I find a lot of founders that are there, like who are like looking for some kind of signal to continue building what they want to build. And traditionally, how they build is like they build something, they put their money in, they go to VCs, they go to like 20 VCs, and they hope like one of them is paying attention. If one of the VCs say, yes, you can build something, that's when you start building. I feel like that's nice, but like that's not the best use of your time. Like a founder only has so many months, so only so many years, only so many shots you can take. And we want founders to like find whatever their destiny is in like as soon as possible, right? So I'm looking for founders who are like dark horses, who do not have access to a lot of capital, who do not have a huge network where they can tap into and raise capital. All I want is a founder as a team who's like all in whatever they're trying to build. They're trying to build something that they really believe in, and I will come and help you. My team will come and help you do two things, like raise capital and like build distribution for you. And like what I'm promising and like what I truly believe is for you to find what your destiny is, all you need is like a 200K and like a 1 million eyeballs on whatever you're building. From there, you can probably realize if the product you're building has some kind of PMF, or if the product you're building needs some kind of iteration, or ultimately maybe you realize the product doesn't have any PMF at all and you shut down. After building something for 12 months and shutting down, I would rather like have that answer in 2-3 months. And if I can have that, I want to like give the same for the founders that I'm working with. 100K, 200K in capital, a million in eyeballs, and that's what you get. Ultimately, like Noise is a place for founders to raise like anywhere from like 200K to like 5 million. We do so through like a bunch of things. For 0 to 1 founders, we rely on fees, swap fees, which was kind of introduced by Clanker. I don't know how many of you are from the base ecosystem, but when Clanker came in, they introduced this thing where like every time a token is launched, every time it's swapped, 0.8% of the fee goes to you, to the creator. That was like a lot of revenue for us in the starting few days. Like in the 7-8 months since, we have been able to raise like 700K in ETH. We have been able to acquire like 3% of our token. 700K in ETH is more of like a seed round, pre-seed round for most companies. What we are doing is like doubling it up for any kind of founder that we work with. We want to give them like 2% fees, bring them that fees and like give them like 100, 200K to go 0 to 1. Then there is something called single site liquidity orders that is more of a raise as you rise thing, where like if a token that you have launched is doing well and it's hitting certain milestones, the bigger the milestone you hit, the higher the raise amount will be. So if your token is at $5 million market cap, you should have like 250K in the bank that gets converted into your treasury. If you hit like 10 mil, you should have like another 750K that sits in your treasury. So what we are trying to do is like making a very, market cap linked, performance linked way of raising capital. And we kind of help you do that through Noise, the platform that you're building. The third thing we do is like whenever your product has PMF, after we launch, like before we launched Noise, the funny part is like we tried raising funding and like a bunch of people was like, the idea is stupid, it does not make sense. But after we launched Noise and after everything was going well, there were a bunch of VCs and liquid funds who came to us and they wanted to invest. Now, like over the 6 months or whatever we have done, we have a very healthy network of all these investors and VCs and liquid funds. The founders that find PMF with us, I want to like get them in front of the same network. If they want to raise capital, I want to like help them execute private deals or execute like OTCs or execute like token warrants and whatever. Like it depends on like if you're done with the PMF part of it and you want to infuse like a couple of $1 million, Noise helps you get those conversations going. And the mission is honestly like this internet capital alignment is a term that we kind of rely on as our guiding light. Like 6 months building with a token, I've realized that what a founder needs versus what a token investor needs can be very different things. Like a founder needs like patient capital. They want to like continue building whatever they want. They want low distractions. Versus a token holder is someone who wants like 2x, 4x investment and they want to like move on to the next thing. Internet capital alignment is a bunch of experiments that we're trying over the next few months with the intent of can we bring the poles that these things exist at, the token holder and the founder and like kind of bridge the gap. Can we bring them together? So the whole thing is like through internet capital alignment, we are trying to figure out if building a startup with token can actually be a faster way for you to build a startup compared to like building with equity, right? Because ultimately what you do with equity is like you kind of exchange it with funds, exchange it with VC, and then they give you capital, and that's it. That's what you do with equity. Token, on the other hand, is like a liquid asset that you can use to do a bunch of things. Token can be used to like, of course, raise more capital. Like you can, like I said, you can do token warrants. We raised from Balaji, from Coinbase Ventures. We signed a soft agreement with them. But you can also, given that you're holding a lot of your token, you can barter some of it to like get things done. Which, like one of the experiments that we're trying for this is like Noise Earn. We are building a curated platform where like a bunch of operators, bunch of people who can like do real services for different startups can provide their services to you, and like what you have to do is like barter your token in exchange. So for example, if you want to find if you want to hire a founding engineer and you do not have a network, right? Like usually the finding team is like 1 to 4 people, always limited on bandwidth. We want to see if like the founding team can tap into this network and like use their token as a way to like get things done. Hiring, if you want to say, let's say hire a founding engineer, you can say I'm giving 0.5% of my token. It will vest over a few months, and like for anyone who kind of helps me do that, you get my token at a discounted price or for free. The reason why I feel like vesting becomes a big part of it is the whole alignment thing, right? Like this kind of cuts down the noise from all the people who are trying to like get your token. Ultimately, if someone believes in a vision, they want to like hold your token for the longer term. Like a bunch of people who, when we launched, bunch of people like got into our token, they're still holding it for like 6 months. And the only reason they do it is they kind of believe what we're trying to do. They see what we are trying to do and they want to like be a part of our journey. So with Noise Earn, we want to like bring people who are like more aligned with you, who want to like be a part of your journey, and in turn like kind of solve real problems, like get you intros or get you hiring done or get your editing done and a bunch of all those problems, right? Second is like we have an ecosystem fund, and it's like we hold like a bunch of noise, and like 10% of the noise, which is like $4 million, is allocated to like building our ecosystem out, where like if a founder who launches with us needs capital, we kind of do different kind of transactions with them in helping them raise more capital. So this can look from anywhere from like 50K to like a $2 million check, depending on what the kind of founder is. It can be happening through a private deal. It can be a bridge round. We can also like kind of contribute to your seed round if you want to. Another thing is like a fun thing that we're trying out is scouts. We have seen that venture scouts is something that has worked very well. Like Sam Altman, Jason Calacanis, Brian Chesky, all of these founders started off as like scouts themselves for Sequoia and other VCs. We feel like we can kind of build on top of it, and a way to do it is like again, using a token, which is a liquid asset, to kind of get things done. So in case you know a founder who's like building an early stage startup and is looking to raise capital or is looking to like get distribution, if you intro them to us and we like them and we want to work with them, what you get is like 1% of the token of when it gets launched, and you vest it over a year. Suddenly you are holding a percent of like whatever they do, like you are stakeholder in their success, but it also like aligns you with whatever they're doing. Like so for a year, you are kind of their cheerleader, their stakeholder. There is incentive for you to like keep doing things that help these founders out. And in turn, this can be a lot of money. Like for example, 1% in noise is like 250K USD. So if you scouted noise for us, you could be sitting on a big bag. Another thing that we're building is Oracle, which is, I've talked to like a couple of hundred founders over the last few months, and the biggest problem that we see with people is like distribution. Like most of the founders struggle with getting distribution. Most of the founder struggles on getting eyeballs on the feed. It's something Noise has really cracked. Like we know how to create content, we know how to create IP, and like that is what people know us for anyone who knows us. But we realize that we can't really just be creating content for founders. We have made something called Oracle, which is, if you know AXBT, if you know like these on-chain agents, Oracle is one of the on-chain agents that exists on Twitter that posts a lot of theses of different startups that are building on Solana and Base. And if things are going well, like what you can do is anyone on Twitter can just like or comment to an Oracle post and buy the token. The intent here is like whenever you see a good token, good project that's working and you want to invest in them, you can like sign up on Agent or Noise or so, fund your wallet, and like if you like, immediately you are buying like $5, $20, $50, whatever you want to set it up. The second order effect here is for any time a launch happens, there is like immediate distribution for like, I want to show you an example here. So we recently launched Oracle, we made it live, and we said like, hey, like I've arrived, if you like this post, you can like buy Oracle. Immediately we had like 400 people commenting in the post. We had like 3,000 people liking the post. All of them were like trying to get into, like they liked what we were building and they wanted to invest. The second order effect here is like suddenly your launch post has a huge blast radius. Because instead of like you kind of posting it a void, you have like this audience of, in our case, 267K views that you can kind of get in front of and like kind of get to tell them what you're building. Yeah, like if you want to learn more about what we are doing and how we operate and like how we help founders, docs.noise.so is how we do things. We are trying to bring distribution. We are trying to bring capital. We know a lot of founders struggle with both. And we are trying to like work with all of these contrarian founders who are building something cool. So like if you are one of them or if you know one, you know where to find us.
Awesome talk. So please, let's give it up for Deep. Claps, please. And now it's time for the question. So raise your hand. Okay. Please, over there, we have a question.
Hello?
Hey.
What do you think about startups that don't have a token? For me as a founder, I am always cognizant and almost like cynical of the idea of launching a token.
Yeah.
I'm careful. So what do you think about that, and like what are the options?
Yeah. I mean, this is for startups that are without a token. So like if you're thinking of raising capital in an alternate way, we kind of help you through this process. I was the same. Like last year, like I said, like I built something for almost a year, and my intention was never to launch a token there. Like I was like, I want to build out a product, I have some capital, I want to use it, and then see what happens. Ultimately, before I could have a payout, before I could raise money, I was out of funds and I could not like continue building what I was trying to build. And which is where like with Noise, I didn't have an option but to launch a token to like raise capital, right? Through the process of last 6 months, there are a lot of answers I've acquired. Like there are a lot of things that can go wrong with a token launch. There are a lot of things that a first-time token, like founder that launches a token for first time kind of learn. We brute forced through a lot of answers. We did a couple of things wrong, but like after like 6 months, I have a bunch of answers. And like for all the doubt and like all the cynicism that you might have for tokens, I would like to love to chat and like figure out what your thing is. And see, like I know like it's personally, I feel like speculation is great. Like speculation is the strongest form of attention you can get on an ecosystem. Like when we launched Noise, suddenly we had so much attention because like suddenly a bunch of people are buying the token, and now they have an incentive for them to see what I am doing, for them to parrot whatever progress I am making. So like it kind of increases the radius of impact I have on the ecosystem. So ultimately, what a founder needs is like to find the truth. I strongly believe a token can help you do that. I understand the cynicism because like I was there too last year, and like only because I had no other option, we kind of went through it. But now I know like it does a lot more than like capital is one part of it, but the distribution part of it is immense. And I feel like if a founder can get that kind of distribution, I feel like whatever they want to do, even if you want to raise a venture round later, it becomes faster. Like for the like I said, for the VCs that were like not interested in the project before, they were like asking if they can put in a check afterwards. So like all of that kind of helps you speedrun whatever process is, and we can help you do that.
Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll chat after.
Yeah.
Any other question? I have one. So what's the one advice that for you has given you the most, let's not say success, but help you the most?
I mean, like one thing we have done differently is like building in public, and which like having a token out there makes you build in public. Like you have to be out there and like be talking about what you're doing. And that has allowed us to like fail fast, iterate fast, and like do everything like in front of everyone, right? I feel like that is something a lot of founders don't do. A lot of founders like keep the thing for themselves and hope to like kind of get to this day where they can launch it and everything will be successful. My thing is like you should iterate in the public as soon as possible and then see what the answers you can get. And that gives you truth faster.
Awesome. And since this is also live streamed in the YouTube channel from the Ethereum Foundation, how are you liking Argentina?
I'm loving it. This is my second time in South America.
Second time?
Yeah, I was in Colombia for DevCon.
Right.
So, I'm coming from India. Like, it was a long flight, like 46 hours.
Wow.
But I really like the people. It feels somewhat familiar too. But yeah, I really like the place.
Awesome. So give it up for Deep, please, everyone. And we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Please. Thank you.
So hi, we are about to start the second session of our talks for the lightning stage. So next up, we have Jill Gunter, the co-founder and the chief strategy officer at Espresso. So Espresso is basically solving for cross-chain composability, and she's going to present on entering the cross-chain era. So if you're around, give it up for Jill. Also, just house rules. In case that you want to ask any questions, there are headsets. So just to block out whatever background noise is going on, you can just put your headsets on. Jill, over to you.
Great, thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here. As mentioned, my name is Jill. I am a co-founder at a company called Espresso Systems, and I'm going to be talking about how we are entering the cross-chain era. I know some of you may have seen yesterday some news about the Ethereum interoperability layer. I think that we can all agree that interoperability across rollups is one of the biggest problems facing us, whether we're infrastructure builders or application builders or even users in the Ethereum ecosystem. I'm happy to share that an Ethereum interoperability layer has been live on mainnet in production for over a year. It's now securing hundreds of millions in transactions across many different rollups that you know and love, like Celo and ApeChain, and it is called Espresso. So I'll be sharing a little bit about what we've built and some exciting news around new products that are in development and being released very soon. So the problem that we're facing as an overall industry is that information today flows freely across the world. I can send a 4K video to my friends and family, whether they're in Thailand or Cape Town, but I cannot send them money. Our assets remain trapped by inefficient communication across siloed financial systems, which results in high costs, high friction, and high wait times. And the vision that we have at Espresso and the vision that we all have building in the Ethereum ecosystem is to build for a world in which liquidity is unified and all applications can interoperate in real time. And the same way that the internet didn't just create efficiencies and bring down costs to transmitting information, but it actually opened up a whole new world of innovation, a whole new world and ecosystem of applications that couldn't have existed before, so will we, everyone who is building in and on and around Ethereum, build an interconnected web of finance. And the problem, though, that has existed for years in this space is that we have simply, in many ways, replicated the same issues that existed previously in the old financial system and on the old rails. Today, in Ethereum's ecosystem, we have hundreds of rollups of L2s, of L3s that are siloed and fragmented and cannot communicate frictionlessly and in a decentralized manner. And so what we've built at Espresso is the platform that's intended to unlock frictionless finance, first across Ethereum and then across all blockchain networks, and bring about this vision, again, that we all share of truly frictionless finance. We believe that Espresso is a missing piece that blockchains have needed for a long time to fulfill their promise. And so with Espresso, we believe that we are bringing in a new era of infrastructure. If you think about the evolution of blockchains and the evolution of the industry that we're in, I would say that generation 1 of blockchains started when Ethereum launched in 2015 and lasted for a good about 5 years to 2020. And these were monolithic blockchains, an L1 with a native VM, a native execution environment on which all apps lived. NFTs, digitally native assets, real-world assets like stable coins, all of these things lived on one single virtual machine. Now, the problem with this was that it didn't scale very well. I will never forget in 2017 going in to buy a CryptoKitty and being asked to pay $300 or more in gas fees. And this is the problem of the noisy neighbors that you can have if you are all trying to share one execution environment with all applications globally. Furthermore, having all things, all applications and all assets coexist in one environment did not allow for sufficient flexibility and customizability. The game changed around this with Generation 2 in 2020, 2021, when Arbitrum, as one of the first major rollups, went live. And that was a new era, the rollup-centric roadmap, as Vitalik called it. And with this, we've seen an explosion of scaling. We no longer face those same issues of high gas fees and noisy neighbors of too many applications fighting for block space. We have moved much of that off-chain, and we can use Ethereum for what it was meant to do as the global settlement system. And I would say that we're about to enter a new era, the cross-chain era, which I think will be starting this year and going into the future, where we can power now real-time communications across rollups and chains. And I think this will, again, change the game. And so what is Espresso? Well, Espresso's technology, it provides a unique blend of features and functionality to unlock liquidity across assets and seamless interoperability between different blockchain platforms, specifically L2s is where we've started. So it offers speed and security. It turns out getting fast finality, fast transaction confirmations is the key to unlock interop across all of these chains and domains. It supports deep customizability. You can use any type of VM, you can use any rollup stack, you can even use any settlement system, though again, today we're focused on the Ethereum ecosystem, to provide composability, and of course, again, we're compatible with Ethereum. So it serves as a real-time source of truth, because today, rollups rely on slow blockchains, which candidly came from previous generations. You'll recall that Ethereum was not designed initially to support rollups. And the people at the EF, the core developers, have done incredible work over the years to evolve it to be able to do so, but we're not there yet, as even they will tell you. We need faster finality for transactions so that they can communicate across chains and domains. And so, in many ways, you can think of Espresso, it is an L1. It's a decentralized proof-of-stake blockchain platform. We'll be launching permissionless proof-of-stake next month. And like any base layer, Espresso can be used for a multitude of purposes and services for the L2s that leverage it. So for the most part, they use us for fast finality, again, fast transaction confirmations to support cross-chain composability. But we also have rollups who are talking to us about data availability and other services that you could get from any blockchain platform, including settlement itself. Unlike many other L1s or base layers, though, Espresso is specifically designed to be used either standalone or in tandem with another settlement layer, specifically Ethereum, again, has been our focus. And so we're building an ecosystem of interconnected chains. Again, you'll see many familiar logos up here that are working with us today. We've been lucky to have amazing partners through Off-Chain Labs, who are leaders in the Arbitrum ecosystem, working closely with them on this design over the course of several years. And we've just announced that Celo will be our next chain coming to mainnet in the upcoming weeks. So stop by our booth and the Celo booth right next door to talk to us more about that. And moreover, we're powering an ecosystem of applications that will go cross-chain. So we're working with Hyperlane. We're live on mainnet today with Hyperlane's message passing, leveraging Espresso's confirmations. We had a recent governance proposal go through Stargate that passed, so we'll soon be powering Stargate as well. We work closely with our friends at Caldera on powering the meta layer, which should be coming soon, and many others across the ecosystem as well. And this is why I think the future of apps is cross-chain. If you're a builder in this space, you should not be entering the space asking, what L1 should I build on? Okay, who has the best users? Who will have the best distribution? What stack should I build with? Who will help me the most with ecosystem development to get liquidity? You should be able to deploy and leverage all of the liquidity and all of the users across all chains. And so what I'm excited to share today is one of the very early examples, I believe, of many, many cross-chain apps to come. So who here has ever minted an NFT? I certainly have. Yes, many of you. And who here has ever had to bridge funds to mint an NFT? Yes, many of you. And I don't know about you, but for me, this has always been a very painful experience. I have funds on one chain, trying to participate in this NFT mint. Maybe there's even time pressure and I need to get my funds over to the other chain in a certain amount of time in order to be able to participate. I got to make sure I've got enough gas and the right tokens. I bridge my funds over. Okay, phew, I made it. I mint the NFT. And now I'm left with dust on the chain that I minted the NFT in because I bridged back, and there are no good ways to deal with dust today. It shouldn't have to be this hard. If that's the standard of usability and UX that we have in this space, we are not going to make it. And so today, instead, we have developed a protocol in Espresso and an application that can allow you to do a cross-chain NFT mint, as it says here, with no bridges, with no swaps, with no dust, and no problem. And again, this is the first of many applications that will come. We're in development on a decentralized exchange protocol that will sit across all of the chains in the Espresso ecosystem. But NFTs are where we started because we're very lucky to have partnered deeply with two of the premier NFT platforms in the space through a partnership with RariChain and also a partnership with ApeChain. And today, for the first time, we bring these two ecosystems together through Espresso. So again, the target here is to have seamless composability across all chains. And it's through Espresso's decentralized consensus that Presto, this cross-chain bridgeless NFT minting product, gets secure instant confirmations so that every transaction can feel native wherever it starts. And so you can stop by our booth just outside and test it out. It will also be coming to mainnet and to every wallet near you in the next 2 weeks. But you can get a sneak peek today. This is what it will look like. So you will choose what chain you're paying from, in this case, RariChain, though you can go bi-directional here as well. And you will choose what chain you're minting the NFT on. This is the flagship collectible NFT design that we've put forward for this demo. And then you will, accept the price and decide what fees to pay alongside it, where to route those fees from, what chain, what source of funds. You will see things like supply and all of the standard things that you're used to seeing in the NFT ecosystem. And you will, as we call it, brew the NFT. And this importantly shows something that you are probably not actually used to seeing, which is the source of the transaction confirmation and the source of finality. This is the next thing that you'll see on the screen, although outside of the demo environment, we will probably abstract this away because the whole idea is to make this simpler for people, not more complicated. But it's important to understand that today, when you move across chains, you are either waiting 20 minutes to rely on a very secure Ethereum finality, but again, you're waiting a very long time for that to go through, an unacceptably long time. Your users will churn, they will leave you, they will lose interest. Or you are relying on a centralized sequencer pre-confirmation, which, okay, it can happen in seconds, but it's a centralized source of confirmation. And that is what most of the products that move cross-chain, that move funds cross-chain, any intense-based product, for example, relies on today. Importantly, Espresso offers finality. Again, in a matter of seconds, our most recent internal benchmarks have brought it down to 2 seconds, and soon we're targeting sub-second latency. And it will be decentralized. So still in the spirit of everything that we're building here and still sticking to the core principles that make the Ethereum ecosystem what it is. You will see the message being passed, and this is all being relied upon for the Espresso confirmations are being relied upon for that confirmation that drives this message passing. And then you will get your NFT minted on the destination chain. And so, again, we're very lucky to have amazing partners through this. This will be going live on Rarible, so in the Rarible application environment and on the web through them. And this was developed in partnership with ApeChain and RariChain. Again, it's Espresso's fast, secure transaction confirmations that power this and empower users to mint NFTs on either chain with funds from any of the Espresso chains. The way that this works a little bit under the hood for the developers in the audience who might be curious is that funds get locked on RariChain, on the source chain. Hyperlane sends a message across to ApeChain using the Espresso verified confirmations. Hyperlane then uses what we call a CAF node, a caffeinated node, to listen for the new messages on the Rari mailbox and then relay the message to the Hyperlane mailbox on ApeChain. Finally, as the last step here, ApeChain, of course, mints the NFT once it receives the verified message. And so from a more kind of schematic or diagram perspective, this is what that looks like. The user hits the ApeChain sequencer with its transaction. The ApeChain sequencer posts to the Espresso network, and as soon as it's finalized, on that chain. It gets posted to the Espresso network broadcast, and that can be read, again, via a full node, some full node software that we call a caffeinated node. And that then gets relayed to the dApp, gets passed back to the sequencer of the rollup chain, and then broadcast back to the parent chain, in this case, Arbitrum or Ethereum or whatever it might be. So you can build these types of applications today. Our documentation is live. We'll be sponsoring a bounty at ETH Global this weekend. Very excited to see our developer ecosystem continue to build. This will take you to the ETH Global bounty page and registration link. We hope to see many of you there building on Espresso. We have a growing developer ecosystem. We host our own hackathons, so you should follow us on Twitter and stay tuned for those. These are often global online hackathons. Out of the last hackathon that we hosted, we had 156 projects submitted with over 90 new rollups posting to Espresso. Out of that, various app chains supporting many different use cases across payments, across decentralized exchange, and across, of course, the NFT landscape as well. We host an internal accelerator program in which teams that have made sufficient progress are eligible for grants, investor support, and other things. And then we also have a Guardians program. So this is a team of developers from the outside community who work with us to continue improving our documentation and beyond. So thank you so much. You can snap here and you can grab our documentation. Also go to our website. And of course, finally, please do stop by the Espresso booth. We've also got great merch that we're giving away and free coffee. Thank you very much.
Round of applause for Jill. Any questions from the audience? Anyone with a good question? Going once, going twice. All right, that is close. So feel free to meet Jill at her Espresso booth. They have extremely cool merch, including espresso pills to keep you awake. So next up, I believe we should be having Zen from Base. Zen, is Zen around? All right. So before Jill leaves, are you going to stick around for anybody who would like to chat you up before you go to your booth? All right. So she's around for a while. If you feel like you have questions that you'll not ask, she's still here. You can approach her, ask whatever questions you have, or you can meet her and her team at her booth. So just confirming, Zen. All right. Let me see if the next speaker is around. Kevin? Oh, perfect. I believe we can have you, and then we will have Zen whenever he shows up. So next up, we'll be having Kevin Owaki. Any good shit poster knows that Kevin literally gives them a run for their money. He's a chaos magician at Allo Capital and Gitcoin. So Kevin will just be taking us through solving multipolar traps with Ethereum. So ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Kevin. Seemingly, Kevin just walked out for a little bit, so we'll have Zen up next. So Zen will be taking us through the Base network stats. So he's the head of global growth at Base. Give it up for Zen. A little energy, please. My goodness, it's past lunchtime. Did you have food? All right, welcome.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Zen. I lead growth at Base, and I'm here to talk about the Base network state. But first, what is Base? Obviously, everybody here knows Base as the leading L2 on Ethereum. We have a network which is fast and cheap and efficient and designed to scale. But you might not know that we also have the Base app. The Base app is a on-chain everything app, which brings together a social network with payments and trading all in one place. And we have Base Build. And Base Build is a suite of tools for developers which enables you to go from idea to app to startup. And we also have Base Batches. And Base Batches is a startup program designed to bring founders together and help them pitch and help them get funded. And just on Monday, we brought together 50 top teams on Base here in Argentina from all around the world to pitch at the Base Batches demo day right here at Devconnect. And we yesterday announced the 10 finalists and the one winner, which was Upshot, an incredible team from Malaysia, which has built a great app which combines prediction markets with Pokemon Go type trading of cards. But I'm going back to the main point of this talk, which is the Base network state. And the Base network state starts with the Base Builder network. And this is my passion. This is what I'm doing at Base. My job is to grow the Builder network. And the Builder network is decentralized, but it's also organized with a leadership structure so we can scale and get stuff done. And the important thing is the Builder network is made up of physical communities all around the world. This map we have is of the country leaders who are physically located in all of these countries. We have 16 country leaders covering about 25 countries across the world. And these people are managing and leading and growing local-based communities all around the world. And the Builder network is made up of many different types of builders. There are founders and creators and traders, and each builder within this community is both giving to the Builder network into the community, but also receiving value back from the community as well. And we start with founders. Founders are incredibly important to the Builder network because, of course, founders are building apps, and these apps onboard users into the economy. And these users are provided with utility, and of course they pay fees, and they pay fees back into the network and allow the founders to grow an app. And so founders can come to Base, get users, and build a business. Next up, we have creators. And creators are incredibly important to the network because creators provide distribution to apps, to tokens, and to projects. And in return for providing this distribution, creators get paid money. They can earn more than they can on Web 2 platforms. They can earn from people buying their creator coin. They can earn from creating content on Zora or on the Base app. And they can work with founders and with startups directly to earn an income for providing that platform, providing that distribution to founders. And then finally, we have traders. Traders and investors are providing capital into the system. The traders are buying the tokens of founders and of creators, and the investors are investing into these startups. And so you can see from this diagram that each part of the network needs the other one. The founders need the users, the creators need the founders need the creators to get distribution, and the whole thing works because traders are willing to put capital into the system. And within the base network, this system, the builder network, is very much working, and we can see that with the numbers. There are now 12 billion in assets on platform within the base network. There are 4.8 billion of stablecoins issued on base. We have over 3 billion in transactions to date, and the apps on top of base have earned over 1 billion in revenue. And so this is important because it means that we now have the ability to supercharge networks like we've never had before. The builder network, these sorts of things have existed in the past, startup support networks and communities all around the world, but they've never had this sort of revenue attached to them. They've never had this sort of amount of value attached to them. They've never been supercharged in this way. And so I now believe that on-chain networks like Base are in the early stages of becoming network states. So this book, the Network State, it's written by a chap called Balaji Srinivasan, you may know. I worked with Balaji on the Network State project for about a year. I actually helped with this, this book. The front page, the Network State cover, I helped design. It's actually a blueprint. That's why it's blue. You can see the idea is we're providing a blueprint for how you create a new society. And up here we have a definition of what a network state is. And this is important because Balaji thought very carefully about what is a network state. A network state is basically a decentralized country, but it's defined by these things. I'm going to read them to you, and then we're going to go through each one by one, so I can show you that the base network is on its way to becoming a network state. So a network state is a social network with a moral innovation, a sense of national consciousness, a recognized founder, a capacity for collective action, a in-person level of civility, a integrated cryptocurrency, an on-chain, a consensual government limited by social smart contract, a decentralized network of crowd-funded physical territories, a virtual capital, and a on-chain census which enables a large enough population, income, and real estate footprint to obtain a measure of diplomatic recognition. So each point in this definition has been selected for a very specific reason. A social network. Base is a social network. You can open up the Base app. You can see the community, the people here. We're very much a global social network. So that part of the definition is very much a yes. A moral innovation. This is important because a network state has to have a reason to exist. There has to be a point to it. There has to be a reason that these people have come together to build something. And Base has a moral innovation. Base has a moral compass. We have a set of core beliefs. These include open beats closed, ownership unlocks creativity, and global is the default. A sense of national consciousness. Base absolutely has a sense of national consciousness. The people within Base feel part of something bigger than themselves. You can see that with the community. You can see that with the builders that we brought here together. You can see that at events like the Base Camp, which was in Vermont earlier this year. We brought together about 500 builders, creators, and community members all together, and we very much felt together and part of something bigger. A recognized founder. The recognized founder is really important because when you're building something long-term, like Base or like a decentralized country, you need to have a founder who propels this vision forward, that leads people towards this thing and can make the difficult decisions which are only enabled by someone with that long-term view. At every point in the road to becoming a network state or becoming a startup or a company, there are easy decisions to make, like short-term decisions, but a founder can take the long-term view and say, no, we're going to do it like this because this is where we're going. And that's why you need a recognized founder at the heart of it. And that's why we have Jesse Pollock, who is the founder of Base and upholds the values of Base every day. A capacity for collective action. Why do we need a capacity for collective action? Well, we need to build stuff. We need to come together and build this new society, this new system that we believe in. And Base and Ethereum can absolutely build stuff. That is what we're doing here. We can build networks, we can build chains, we can build startups, we can build communities. If there's one thing we can do, it's build. And many societies and many countries can no longer build in the way they used to be able to. An in-person level of civility. Why is this important? It's important that we come to these events and we are civil. We are part of the same group. We are part of a group of people who believe in being civil, believe in being together and doing the right thing. One measure of this is, can you go somewhere, write on your laptop, leave your laptop, and come back and someone's not stolen your laptop? I believe that somewhere like here at DevCon, I feel pretty confident that we are civil, but that's a very important part of building a new society. An integrated cryptocurrency. Why is this important? Well, firstly, Base is exploring a network token. So we're not there yet, but it's something we're very much looking at. And the integrated cryptocurrency is important because if we're coming together to create this new thing, this new country, this new decentralized society, we want to own some of it. And the token and the integrated cryptocurrency enables that ownership. So we're coming together to build it together, and we own it together. And so that's why this is so important. The integrated cryptocurrency is at the heart of these new societies which we're building. A consensual government limited by social smart contract. Why is that important? Well, you need to have checks and balances. You have the recognized founder and the leader, but you need to have on-chain governance to make sure you have the balances and the checks to stop that going in the wrong direction. And the best way to do that is on-chain, and the best way to do that is with cryptographic control over the private keys, which control the decisions and the source of the power of this network. And Base is very much on the way, creating our smart contracts and innovating in this way. An archipelago of crowd-funded physical territories. Well, this is important because the people of the network have to live somewhere. They have to be physically, geographically located in a position. But the innovation with the network state, as you can see from the map, is it doesn't have to be the same place. The network and the country and the citizens can exist in different places around the world, but connected through the internet and through this shared belief that they have together. And it feels very true that the people within Base, the community, are located all around the world. I showed you that that picture, that image of the Base builder network, and it looked very similar to this image here of what a Base or a network state would look like. And Base is clearly on the way to doing this. As I said before, we have boots on the ground in over 25 countries all around the world. A virtual capital. Every country has to have a capital, and every network state has to have a virtual capital. And for Base, this is the Base app. The Base app is the network's gathering place. It's the town hall. It's where you go to become part of the network, find out what's going on, potentially vote on stuff, and be part of the social network that is Base. So yes, we absolutely are building the virtual capital in the Base app. And then the last one, the on-chain census that proves a large enough real estate population and income to obtain a level of diplomatic recognition. Well, this is the big one, right? And this is saying, basically, are you big enough that other countries believe that you are a legit country? And it comes down to, do you have a big enough population? Are there enough people in the network? Have you got enough income? And have you got enough physical real estate and territory around the world to be recognized by other UN nations as a network state? Obviously, we're not there yet. However, if you look at the population of a network like Base or Ethereum in general, or any other like large network similar to Base, you can see it's in the millions of people like being part of this network, using the apps, logging in every day. You can see that the income of these apps. I mentioned Base. The income of apps on Base is over 1 billion to date. The income of apps of Ethereum is far larger. It's very large when you think about it. And that income could surely fund a very large real estate footprint when the time comes. And so we're not there yet, but a few years ago, governments thought that crypto was a joke, and now governments are adding crypto to their national reserves. So I believe that with enough growth and time, we can get there with network states as well. We can have a large enough population, a large enough real estate footprint, and a large enough income that other countries believe that these network states are legit sovereign nations. And the final thing I'm going to leave you with is why? What's the point? Okay, I've just shown you that, one, we have a blueprint now of how to create a network state. I've gone through the definition of a network state one by one to show you that Base, as an example, is actually on the way and not too far away from becoming a network state over time. But the last question is like, why? Why bother? Why does it matter? Well, it matters because becoming a network state shows you that what we're building here is more than just crypto. It's more than financial apps. It's more than tokens. It's more than DeFi. The reason we're here, the reason we're currently at this conference is, for me at least, I believe in building a better society. I got into crypto because I was dissatisfied with the current political system and the current way that I felt my country and my society was governed and run, and I wanted to find a different way. And I believe that network states are the way that people who feel they haven't got a voice or a way to change their current political situation, their current society, can actually say, hey, we've got a blank sheet of paper, we've got a clear slate here to start afresh and start building something new. And so it gives you hope that it's possible to build a better future, it's possible to build new types of political institutions, and it's possible to build a new society with the building blocks that we've created, the infrastructure, the people, the apps, the income. All of this is going towards this idea of creating a new country in the form of a network state. So hopefully this talk gave you some, maybe some hope that it's possible to build something like this, and a framework for thinking about how a network and a community like Base could potentially become a network state. And finally, you can become part of it too. The important thing is anyone can contribute. If you are a builder, if you are a founder, go build an app, go create a startup. If you're a creator, then go start posting content, earn income. If you're an investor, then go back apps. If you're a trader, buy tokens. If you're an organizer, go organize meetups. And if you're a citizen, go use the apps, become part of this economy, and start contributing today. Thank you very much. Oh, and download the Base app. I've got you about 100 invites to the app. It's currently in beta. You can download it using that QR code. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Zen. As they say, Base is for everyone. So anybody with any questions in the crowd? Any questions for Zen? Yes. Microphone, please.
So I'm trying to figure out how to ask this, but I totally agree with the network state and how we can become that at some point. But for example, right now, Base, it's a company that is under a jurisdiction, right? So it needs to comply with the regulation of the states and so on. So how do you envision that a big corporation like Base can get into this diplomacy or going outside the system while already being there?
Yeah, great question. So yeah, Base is absolutely within the United States, and I'm not saying that Base is off to start negotiating with governments at all. However, I believe that the way that communities in general become network states is by working with local governments and local countries where there's a win-win situation, right? I can imagine a situation where a network, a community works with the government to set up a free trade zone, a special economic zone, where certain rules are different, right? It might be different taxation. It might be different regulation around like technology. Maybe there's a place where like self-driving cars are like much easier to build. Maybe robotics. It could be genetic testing. It could be any of these like frontier technologies which you might want to have an area where you want to have less regulation and more experimentation. You can imagine a network working with the government to do that. We've seen examples of companies and communities working with governments in that way. So I think it works with partnerships between a government that wants to bring in talent and networks of companies going there and working with these governments. I think that's where you start. I also think in terms of physical locations, how do you start a new city from scratch? You can't just have like put a flag in the sand and say, everyone come live in this desert, like come build it. Like that's unlikely to work. I'm not going to move my family to a new location without schools or without good healthcare or any of these infrastructure. So where do you start? And it's my view that actually, if you look at some of the cities around the world where they started, there was some reason that people came there to start with. And that's why a lot of cities are located around rivers. Of course, you have the trade. And so people come for the trade, for the opportunity. And around that river, you see a city get built up with the infrastructure. Similar things happen with university towns. I'm from the UK, and you have many university towns like Oxford or Cambridge or Durham or York or Warwick. And these towns have a university. And so students come to the university. They might stay for a semester. They might stay for a few years. But they don't stay forever, right? And it might be the first time they've lived away from home. But because the university is there, there's an ongoing amount of students coming and going. They might be coming for a month, a few months, a year. But in total, there's always people there. And that means you can have shops. You can have healthcare. You can have doctors. It makes sense to like create a gym because there's always students around. It makes sense to have a bar because there's always students. And suddenly an economy starts building up around this university. And so my view is actually many network states, the first physical cities and towns might emerge around universities or on-campus type things. And that's why the network state project has now got the network school. So BASE has partnered with the network school, which is Balaji's project in Malaysia, very near Singapore, where there's a campus where founders and creators and organizers go to learn about how they can become part of the network state movement and how they can build similar things in their own countries. BASE recently, a few days ago, did a founders fellowship in Floripa, where a very similar thing has been created. It's a founder's house, but it's of the same ilk as the network school. It's this place that attracts talent, it attracts the sorts of people who want to build at the frontier and build these startups and build these communities in a way that can't be done in different places. So I think the answer to your question is, networks and communities have to work with governments in a partnership, in a win-win situation, and we have to find ways to bootstrap the creation of these towns and cities. And I believe that universities and campuses are the way to do that. Thank you.
Oh, so the slides are ready?
Yes.
We done? Okay.
All right.
Thanks, everybody.
A round of applause for Zen. Any more questions? Any more questions? Michael, are you raising your hand or stretching? All right, all right. Thank you so much. So in the case that you want to further conversations with Zen, I believe there is a base booth outside, so you can find him and the rest of his team outside. Next up, we have Kevin. I think we can get you set up first. Will you prefer a headset or oh, perfect. All right. So give it up for Kevin Owaki, co-founder at Gitcoin, the Green Pin Network. So he will be covering solving multipolar traps with Ethereum. Let me just check if his slides are ready, and then we can kick it off. Okay, so as we get Kevin set up, feel free to take a quick bathroom break or a quick water break. Meanwhile, if you have any questions for him, you can start jotting them down. When he's done, we'll have a quick 5-minute Q&A session. A round of applause for Kevin. Thank you.
How's it going, y'all? My name is Kevin Iwaki, and I am one of the co-founders of Gitcoin. I am here today to talk about solving alignment with Ethereum. Alignment is how we align the interests of principals and agents of capital and labor of layer 2 ecosystems and their developers. And this is some of the latest thinking and research that I've been cooking over at Gitcoin. So the arc of the talk is we're going to talk about the problem. We're going to talk about many different levels of misalignment problems. And then we're going to talk about why Ethereum is a game-changing technology for solving these problems. And then I want to talk about where Gitcoin 3.0 is going in accelerating the alignment movement. So a very persnickety part of the alignment problem is that these are complex systems. We are dealing with agents, whether those are humans or AI agents, that have incentive landscapes within. They are enacting their will on the commons, on their local schools and communities, and then also on the global. And a particularly persnickety type of multipolar trap, a persnickety type of alignment problem is called a multipolar trap. So basically you can look at this mesh right here as a design space wherein different people within the design space have different levels of incentives. And those incentives will lead to either good outcomes at the top of the graph or bad outcomes at the bottom of the graph. There's a famous quote, if you show me the incentive, I'll show you the outcome. This is basically just some basic game theory wherein if you incentivize rationally individual actions that support the common good, then you're going to get good outcomes. And if you don't, then you're not going to. So a multipolar trap is a situation in which individual actions lead to a collectively bad outcome. Okay, so that's a particularly persnickety type of alignment problem that governments and companies have not been able to solve because we haven't had the right coordination substrates for doing that. So just to make this really tangible, you can compose many of the worst problems in the world today as multipolar traps. Like take, for example, climate change. a situation in which everyone has an individual incentive for their own economic well-being to consume carbon and to export it into the atmosphere, and that leads to a collective outcome in which we get global warming, we get heat waves, we get worse weather. Okay? Open source sustainability is the problem that I set out to solve when I got involved in Gitcoin. Why is it that we create $500 billion per year in economic value through open source software, but because the source code is available for free, we can't actually fund the developers that are working on it? This is another example of a multipolar trap. Shared resources are depleted by individual use, and then you get hacks, you get bugs, you get maintainers that are quitting because of burnout, because they can't actually support their families while they're working on open source software. And then a more contemporary version of an alignment problem that you might see in the news is AI misalignment, or rogue AI. So basically, once we invent these super intelligences, how are we going to make sure that they are going to be aligned with all of humanity? So the multipolar trap here is that every lab rushes ahead, but in doing so, that creates global risk. We don't know what we don't know about AGI and how AGI is going to be misaligned. Okay, so that's multipolar traps. And you might ask yourself, okay, well, why don't just individual rational agents avoid the trap? Well, that's because individual incentives make avoiding the trap alone irrational. If others don't cooperate with avoiding the trap, then you lose while they win. And your action is so small that society falls into the trap anyway, so you might as well do the individually rational action yourself. Oh my gosh, there's a bird there. How about that? I'm going to take that as a positive omen for my talk. So coordination is required, but you have to trust that other people are going to take the same course of action as you are. Another question that we get when we talk about multipolar traps is, why doesn't the government just step in and regulate this? And that can work well if you have a good democratic government that is not captured by special interests. So in theory, yes, governments could regulate multipolar traps. But in practice, governments act slow, face lobbying and jurisdiction limits, and lack good enforcement mechanisms. So I think that this has been a really hard problem as civilization complexifies for us to solve. And I think that Ethereum is the place where we can solve the problem of multipolar traps and alignment issues. And I'm really excited to talk about that for the rest of the talk. So let's get into why Ethereum is a game-changing technology, which is a post that was written by my friend Virgil Griffith back in 2019, which basically made the point that using Ethereum, we can augment incentive landscapes. Okay, so down here in the bottom of the slide is a famous game theory experiment called the prisoner's dilemma. Basically, it's a 2x2 matrix where if everyone cooperates, then they'll get some amount of reward. And if everyone defects, then they all get punished. But in between, there's this persnickety set of slides, coordinate, defect, and defect coordinate, where two different members of society are incentivized to defect because of that's their individual landscape. And so Virgil makes in this post the point that Ethereum is a game-changing technology. You can augment incentive landscapes with economic incentives or disincentives using Ethereum. They're automatically enforced by smart contracts. And I think that this is a really cool idea, and Virgil's kind of the one who pilled me on this idea that now we can build new incentives. Okay, remember, these incentive gradients are just a design space of the possible ways that you could configure the economic rational incentives in a design space. And so what we can do is we can add incentives to good outcomes or add disincentives for individuals to have bad outcomes. And we can even add logic gates on top of these things, where you can say that the more people will do a rationally economical thing together, then the more then the incentive compounds together. And so this is really an incredible technology for augmenting our incentive landscape. And I think that what we can do is we can take the regulatory power of the state that wasn't working in the 20th century, that gets captured, that isn't able to enforce incentive landscape, and we can move it all onto Ethereum. And we can solve the alignment problems, the persnickety multipolar traps that are out there in the world with Ethereum. So I think that Ethereum is the sword that we can use in order to bring more network-based, bottoms-up, peer-to-peer coordination that is derived by the consent of the governed, of the people that are in these communities, and not delivered top-down by governments that are out of touch, unable to regulate, and introducing regulatory capture and all the other problems that we're aware of in the 20th century. Okay, so just to come back to the examples in the beginning of my talk of various multipolar traps that are out there in the world. So we've got a multipolar trap of public goods underfunding, stuff like open source software, and then you can add a new incentive landscape. In the case of Gitcoin, it's historically been quadratic funding. And then you get a fairer layer of shared contributions wherein the individual incentive is actually to support open source software when it wasn't possible before. And I want to say that one of the really incredible things about this design space is that Gitcoin's not the only one who's doing this. There's also ClearFund, there's also Giveth, there's also Deep Funding, and lots of other people who are doing really cool coordination work in order to make sure that we're solving these problems of multipolar traps. And so I think that this is a game-changing technology that we're going to be able to accelerate alignment in the 21st century. Okay, so this is by far the most dense slide that I think that I have in the talk, but I promise you that it's worth your mental cycles in order to grok it. So this is a slide of Ethereum public goods history that we've compiled along with all of our friends in the ecosystem over the last couple weeks. And basically the bottom axis is time, left to right. And then you can see each of these individual blobs of color are different campaigns in order to support individuals in the Ethereum ecosystem that are doing things that are public goods for the Ethereum ecosystem. So at the bottom in cyan, you've got the Ethereum Foundation, you've got the Stellar Foundation, you've got the Bloom Network, you've got Arbitrum, Optimism, all of these very like traditional campaigns where they're doing grants to their ecosystems in order to incentivize specific types of behaviors. And what's really cool is that we're starting to see new incentive landscapes that are built that were never possible before Ethereum. And in the top left of the graph, you can see Gitcoin grants, quadratic funding, as a early incentive landscape augmentation that was on the scene. And also Moloch DAO, the release of Moloch DAO in 2019, I think really allowed us to pool funds together in order to solve things. And what I really love about the Ethereum public goods funding ecosystem is the plurality of people who care about these incentive alignment problems and are developing non-coercive, rationally incentive ways that we can solve these problems. And the beautiful thing to me here is, well, if we can solve our own public goods funding problems, then we're going to outcompete Solana and Cardano and all the other alt layer ones that are out there. But then we could also export this to the world. And I think that governments are one of the most inefficient structures for supporting the public goods that are out there. And what if we could eat their use case of supporting the roads and the bridges and the arts and the culture, you know, whatever your local city, state, nation state government needs to use in order to support its commons, we can now leverage networks and we can leverage Ethereum and AI in order to solve these problems. Okay, so just to simplify what I just showed you, all of the dense plurality of that last graph, I think that we can stack incentive landscapes on top of each other and create a stronger incentive landscape with more power to solve multipolar traps. And if you're someone who studies X risk, or if you're someone who studies public goods funding, this is actually a pretty big breakthrough. Because we've got pluralism, none of these things are captured by any one actor. They're self-enforcing because of smart contracts on Ethereum. And together, they all stack together to create an augmented incentive landscape in which we're solving multipolar traps. Okay, so I think that in some ways, Gitcoin's been evolving, and I'm going to get to what we're doing next. But I think that I continue to want to lead the public goods funding space along with my friends at Octant and at Giveth and ClearFund and all of these other projects. And I think that collectively, the opportunity we have is to pull ourselves away from the status quo future in which we have these alignment problems in the world and build a world that is better for solving alignment with the tools of Ethereum, by leveraging AI, and by building these sort of plurality of incentive alignment things. So one of the things that we're talking about here at Devconnect and over at the Gitcoin booth, which is just right over there on the stage, which I encourage you to check out as you're wandering around the venue here, is how could we accelerate alignment? So Gitcoin Grants has historically been a quadratic funding platform. Every 6 months or so, we deploy about $1 million into funding the commons in the Ethereum space. And we are now pivoting to now have a little bit more of a plural mindset around how we fund the Ethereum ecosystem. So Gitcoin Grants will no longer just be a quadratic funding platform, but we're also going to be doing retro funding and deep funding and lots of new types of alignment mechanisms that were never possible before. And so I think that this is an incredible opportunity for the space to help solve the alignment problems that we have between Ethereum and L2s. L2s and their developers and the plurality of complexity that is in there if we deploy more of these technologies. And we want to be the place that accelerates developers who are working on alignment. So Gitcoin has the distribution, we have the capital, and if you are a mechanism builder who is working on public goods funding or any other sort of alignment problem that is important, then we want to talk to you about how we could build a coalition. And in GG25, let's solve for privacy, let's solve for AI agents, let's build more stuff in X402, and let's support the open source builders that are in the Ethereum ecosystem. So I think that that's the opportunity for Gitcoin. We're going to be more plural, we're going to accelerate alignment. And I think that the opportunity for us from a business perspective is that we've done the math, and Gitcoin's been around for a while. We've been around since 2019 running Gitcoin grants campaigns, and we've done the math, and we've seen that if we had just taken investment in some of the projects that we donated to in 2019 and 2020, we'd be up, well, it depends on the way you sort of configure your assumptions, but like 100 to 300x. So there's a really incredible opportunity to not just be solving the commons problems and the alignment problems by giving donations, but actually to take upside in whatever's next in the Ethereum space. And so I think that Gitcoin 3.3 is going to achieve 3.3, which just means alignment between our different stakeholders. And we're going to do that by allowing people to take upside in the projects that they're involved in. And I think that what's really cool is that we have this really unfair competitive advantage because we have the data from the quadratic funding campaigns and the crowdfunding campaigns. We see what's going to be next in the space before anyone else is able to see it. And so is there an opportunity to have like a venture fund and then have Gitcoin grants provide legitimacy and deal flow into the venture fund, and then the venture fund spins the flywheel back into actual capital that funds Gitcoin grants ad infinitum. So basically becoming an accelerator for alignment is where I think that Gitcoin is going. Join us if you want to be a node in the network. If you want to accelerate alignment within your own ecosystem, then please scan this QR code, join the Telegram chat for Gitcoin 3.3. Founders and developers, if you're working on something cool that's a crowdfunding, capital allocation, or public goods funding mechanism, I want to talk to you. If you're an ecosystem that's trying to build a developer relations campaign and you want to get a little bit weird and play with the incentives instead of just your documentation and the standard DevRel things that you could do, I want to talk to you. And if you're an investor who's looking for early access to what's next and you want to get in on this deal flow, like I said, we've done the analysis and I think that Gitcoin has a really unfair competitive advantage with getting this deal flow, then I want to talk to you. And then if you're just an alignment enjoyer, if you like pretty graphs and you think that what I'm doing slaps, then just come join the Telegram chat and I'd love to talk to you from there. So that is the end of my talk. That is how we're going to solve alignment in a plural, non-coercive, bottoms-up way with Ethereum. And I think I have 5 minutes for questions if anyone wants to talk about this. Thank you.
All right. Any questions from the crowd? Any questions? Anybody?
Right there.
Microphone, please. Perfect.
Thank you. Hi, Pedro here. Pretty cool presentation. I know there's a lot of tech involved. When you talk about alignment, are you specifically referring to things in the Ethereum ecosystem or using Ethereum as a means to solve, let's say, real-world problems?
Yeah, great question. So just to repeat back the question, are we going to use this just for the Ethereum ecosystem, or are we going to export it to the world? I think that you start where you are, build with what you have, and share what you learn is kind of my methodology. I learned that from Benjamin Life at Open Civics. That's their theory of change. So start where you are, build with what you have, and share what you learn. Let's solve this for Ethereum, and then let's export it to the world. I want to live in a world in 15 or 20 years in which we actually have, if there is taxation and there are governments that say that they're working in the in the public interest, that they're using these non-coercive network-based technologies instead of the way it worked in the industrial age. So let's start with solving our own problems and then eventually export this to the world. Thank you. There's more questions over here, it looks like.
Hi there, thanks. So you're talking about like this plurality of mechanisms and them sort of compounding on each other. Is there any thoughts there with this like superposition potentially increasing inequality in some ways, where like as they add up, there's like one really big spike of, say some small group that gets way more than they otherwise would because there's not this broader visibility?
Yeah. So yeah, do we increase in inequality if we have one large spike in the incentive landscape?
Yes, I mean, whether it's like some small group gaming, multiple systems, and who knows?
Yeah, I think we have that right now. It's called contemporary capitalism. I'm actually a regenerative capitalist. I believe in capitalism, but I think one of the problems is how wealth compounds. There's this thing called the Matthew effect where the rich get richer and the popular get more popular, but it applies to matters of not just money or fame, but a lot of different runaway games. So one of the things that I think is really cool is that you can design away from this. Things like quadratic funding really favor the democratic, the plurality of opinions of the populace. And so I think that mechanisms like that kind of like invert that natural tendency of markets. Go ahead.
Do you think the solutions, like the alignment solutions that exist now in Ethereum, are network agnostic, and if there's like any room to write standards so these things can be ported over to other communities?
Yeah. So can we make them network agnostic and write standards so that they can be ported to other communities? Was that the question? Yeah. You know what's funny is that when we first made Gitcoin into a DAO in 2021, we wanted to take quadratic funding and bring it on chain and make it, like build a standard for quadratic funding. But what happened is that we discovered that retro funding and deep governance and all these other things were out there. And so I think that what we've sort of like, my journey has been Gitcoin sort of coming up with a hammer and being like, oh, we've solved it. And then all of a sudden we realized that, oh, screwdrivers and pliers and saws are also useful. So I think that we're right now in this like Cambrian explosion of different ways that you could build mechanisms, tools in this metaphor. And eventually I think that those will all settle into like standardized open source sets of tools that you can deploy on any EVM-based network. That would be my hope, at least. And so this is kind of a bet on more capital going into these things and EVM taking over the world. And then once we have that, we can kind of ride that wave of tokenization to more and more EVM-based alignment networks in the future. Great question.
Cool, thank you.
All right, the sign up here says I have 40 seconds. Can we do one more, or should we break?
Yeah, so I believe we have time. We can take 2 or 3 more questions.
Okay.
Yep. Any more questions? Yep. Microphone.
Thanks. You were mentioning potential. I know this is way in the future, but potential for a world without taxation. How does that so there's obviously the benefit to the voluntary system, but even in normal capital world, there's still this issue with instead of taxation, the billionaire is going to be a philanthropist for something, and it's a marketing opportunity. And really, it's not really redistributing the wealth
right.
Equitably.
Yeah, great question. So, what does this look like in a world without taxation or with taxation is sort of my reductionist summary of your question. And I can't
Sorry,
hear you.
involuntary still is maybe important?
Yeah. Yeah, it might be. I have to be careful here because I think that I'm progressive coded to people, like my long hair and being from Boulder, Colorado. People think that I'm progressive, and the libertarian friends in the space have called me a statist before for like endorsing states or something like that. My position is actually much more complicated, and I think that it's basically like if we are going to have taxation, then it should go to the most effective ways of solving the problems that the people care about. And if we're not going to have taxation, then we're going to have to find another source of revenue for these things. I mean, maybe the giant AGI techno-capital god in the sky is going to, give us money to solve these problems. I don't know, but yeah, I just want to be careful by saying that I think that if we are going to have taxes, then it would be great if they didn't go to only the people who have access and they went to the things that had the most impact, would be my position. Great question. Should we keep going, or do we have more time? Do we want to break?
We still have a little more time. Any more questions?
All right. Well, thanks so much to Devconnect team for having me. This was fun.
Perfect. A round of applause for Kevin. Thank you so much. That was good. So we are way ahead of time. We have around 17 more minutes. Before we have our next speaker. Oren, I can see he's already here. So if you want to take like a little water break, this is the time. If you want to take a bathroom break, this is the time. And then we can start in the next, give or take 15 minutes. So go wild, feel free. We'll be back in a little while. Mic check. Ah, perfect. So we are back in business. Next up, we'll have Oren, a very patient man. So he'll be taking us through building the Bitcoin economy with Starknet. So he's the COO of Starkware. If you're here, give it up for Oren. Your time is now.
Thank you. You hear me? You hear me? You don't hear me. Now it's better. Okay, I'll speak louder. So hi, I'm Oren from Starkware, and today I want to talk to you about Bitcoin. Yes, I know it's an Ethereum conference, but if there's one thing I want you to remember is that you should be looking at Bitcoin. So you're probably all familiar with the Bitcoin white paper that came out almost 20 years ago. And that was a real revolution. It was talking about a peer-to-peer electronic cash system, which is Bitcoin. And if you look at Bitcoin today, it is a great digital currency, really. So it is widely accepted. If you look at the market value, I think it's like 1.8 trillion right now. It's more than all the rest of the tokens combined. And that's probably true for the users as well. It's serving as a global reserve assets for many companies, for some governments as well. It's nice. Well, I wrote this a few weeks ago. It's still high. It was higher. But a lot of institutions, a lot of governments, a lot of finance. Starknet. Now, these are not the limitations. It seemed like pretty much nobody in crypto cares about this, about privacy. I don't think this is actually true. And especially, I think if you look at Bitcoiners, I think a lot of the Bitcoiners do care a lot about Bitcoin, about privacy. And that's probably one of the reasons why they aren't using, a lot of them aren't using other blockchains, or why they're reluctant to actually bridge their Bitcoin to other networks. They just don't want everybody to be able to see exactly how much Bitcoin they have and what they're doing with it. This is definitely also true for institutional adoption, which we lately see with Bitcoin, because institutions, like to them, it's table stakes, it's basic. They can't imagine operating.
We expand further our network by adopting a lot of more other games like Pixel and farming MM with hit 1.3 million daily active users and other more of notable IP like Ragnarok. And during the early day when Ronin started, it started at a permission chain when only the whitelist developer can deploy contract on Ronin. But along the time, we also realized that this is a limitation on how we can scale the network. And on February 2025, we decided to become a permissionless network and allow everyone to deploy contract. And since then, we had around 1,000 builders that currently building on Ronin. And another problem when we start growing is because back then, building an EVM L1 is our only choice, and it provides a fast and cheap transaction for our users. But from time to time, with the L2 landscape grow bigger, being an L1 has a lot of limitation. One of that is we have to spend a lot of token emission to securing the network, and we annually we spend around 30 million RON token across 35 validators. And so that is why we make a decision to migrate into an Ethereum L2. And by doing that, we can remove the security, the rewards that are allocated to securing the network. And at the same time, we also enhance overall security by inheriting Ethereum battle data security. And then the reward that we are saving from putting to secure the network will be redirected to ecosystem growing. And another challenge that we are facing when we are expanding our ecosystem is when we couldn't provide a lot of support to our users, and the way we provide support to our users is through grant. And within within like 6 months in open, 9 months in Open Ronin, we had reviewed 367 grants, and with the pace of 10 to 20 grant review per week. And the number of active users, which is the number of addresses that interact with the app. And to have a filter for the bot, we only count the user that hold more than some certain amount of asset on Ronin. And finally, the final number is the final metric is the volume that is created by the app. So with the proof of attribution, it can have the builder on Ronin create a flywheel where they can earn the reward based on the performance, and then that reward can be used to reinvest into product improvements, or it can also give as part of the incentive for that product to acquire more users and to retain that user. And then with that improvement, it can further enhance the performance, and then that also lead to a greater reward. And this one will create a good loop for a builder on Ronin to build a sustainable app and acquire more users. All right, so yeah, that will be my presentation. Thanks everyone for listening.
A round of applause. Anybody with any questions? Any questions for Phúc-Thái? Any questions? Going once, going twice. All right, that is perfect. Can you have a mic on this end?
Sorry, I'm half thinking a question, but how does like bridging NFTs work? I imagine it's easier as an L2.
Hola, are you Oisin?
Yeah, so I think it's also similar with the bridging of a fungible token. So there are two mechanisms.
All right.
You have a short chain and a destination chain, right? And either you burn from the short chain or lock it into a grid, and then you mint the new one in the destination chain. So the way it works is pretty similar with the fungible token.
Any more questions? Perfect.
Hello. One question related to the AI you were mentioning. I don't know if you said how it will reward the user based on the metrics you mentioned. It will be training for example, every month, or how it will work? I'm curious about that.
Yeah, so this is the initial model that we're training on based on past data, and then through the time where like more people participate in the system, we will like recalibrate for some certain period. So it's probably like 1 or 2 months we will recalibrate the model.
One more question. There's still a little more time left. Last question. Okay, in the case where they want to find you, where can they find you?
So I will be around here.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So
Thanks,
if you
everyone.
have any questions and you feel like shy, feel free to find him around. Give it up for Phúc-Thái. That was beautiful. Give it up for Phúc-Thái. Thank you. All right, so I am not sure if we have our next speaker around. I think Is Aisin around from DV Labs? Okay, so we can take another water break for a minute or two as we wait for Aisin to come up. All right. So to close this off for today, we have Aisin Kain. Did I pronounce your name right? Oh, perfect. From DV Labs. So he'll be taking us through powering and securing the Ethereum economy. So give it up for Aisin. Round of applause. Yeah, thank you. So you have 20 minutes to cover your presentation, and then we'll have like a 5-minute Q&A session.
Perfect.
All right, perfect.
Muchas gracias. Bienvenido a todos. Me llamo Oshin, and that's about as much Spanish as I have, so I won't be doing this all through Spanish. But I am the CTO and co-founder at DV Labs, and today I'm going to be presenting to you about how OBOL, the protocol we build, is securing and powering the Ethereum economy. So, for those of you that have maybe heard of us before, OBOL got its start about 4 years ago by building distributed validators. And distributed validators are particularly focused on securing Ethereum. Right now, about 2% of each stake are run by distributed validators. These are Ethereum validators that work like a multi-sig. So you can imagine where you have 4 operators running one shared validator, and if anyone gets hacked, the validator stays online. To put into perspective why this is important, earlier this year, 2.8 million Ether, about $10 billion at the time, had to be emergency exited because one developer had their GitHub account compromised. This led to $30 million in missed rewards, and had they been slashed, it would have been about $2 to $4 billion in slashing penalties. This, plus the onset of the institutional staking era, where we have digital asset treasury companies, we have staking ETFs on the way, has really allowed for Ethereum to mature and to become a much more institutionally focused setup. We partnered with Lido and Kaiko to do an institutional staking survey where we would investigate the wants, needs, and concerns of institutional operators. We surveyed 70 different entities, 35 of which ran more than $1 billion in assets under management for either their firm or their capital. And here's one little snippet of what they had to say. The first thing I'll mention is that 85% of respondents were either running or considering running distributed validators. That just goes to show the importance of the technology for securing people's stake and securing Ethereum more broadly. Furthermore, 70% of validators said that either risk or regulatory concerns were the top concern for them when it comes to staking. And we're going to go through a little bit of why distributed validators can help those concerns. So, for those of you that aren't aware, I'm going to briefly talk about some of the concerns about legacy validators. One of the first and foremost is that you have a full validator private key, usually sitting on one machine, or at least sitting with one organization that is invariably fallible, because all humans will get phished sooner or later. Beyond that, they're often subject to correlated failure. In this case, almost 10% of ETH had to be exited all at the same time because they all had a single point of failure, which is the node operator. Generally speaking, if you have a private key and it's given to one operator, you're quite locked into this operator. It's not super easy to be able to migrate your stake, although technology is improving for that since the last hard fork. Last but not least, most node operators run 1, 2, tops kind of 3 Ethereum and consensus clients in production. This can mean that you are quite vulnerable to client-related failures, such as forking off or maybe even worse, keys being compromised. So, distributed validators don't have the same level of concern. Distributed validators, first and foremost, reduce a lot of slashing risk that comes from the operational failure where you run the same validator in 2 times. Of almost all slashings that we've seen on the network to date, they have been operation-related failures where for one reason or another, the validator is running in 2 places, say something conflicting, and then you get slashed. One of the key pieces of technology that allow distributed validators to be so much more secure is this idea of having a distributed partial private key share. We are not putting 4 copies of the validator private key in 4 different places. That would be a scenario where you'd be at more risk, not less. Instead, we do a distributed key generation ceremony, and all operators end up with just a single piece of a key rather than the full key. This allows us to also have more client diversity. If you have 4 different machines, they are not tied to the same client choices. In fact, it's much better off if you can have a big variety of clients. And we even have features where if different nodes disagree and they're on different forks of the chain, that the validator can just halt, and that would be better than the risk of a mass slashing incident like what happened on Holski earlier this year, where 100% of principal was slashed for entities that were running the clients that went onto the wrong fork. And in general, distributed validators allow you to have much more fault tolerance for your node. It allows you to protect from geographic risks, like when the Iberian Peninsula lost power earlier this year. It helps you protect from client risk, like I discussed on the Hosky fork, where there was a bug. It allows you to protect from operator failure, like the incident with the operator, where they had a GitHub compromise, and more as well. To put into perspective the cost of some of these failures, I wanted to briefly look at the exit queue and entry queue. Right now, there are over about 50 days between them, and during this point, if you have to emergency exit, you are still slashable while you're exiting, and during the entry queue, you are not making any rewards. Many of these operators, if you had to exit and churn right now, you would lose about 6% of your reward for the year, and that's obviously suboptimal and not something that any institutional player will want. The other thing that's very severe here is the operational nightmare of having to admit to people that you've had a compromise and that you need to exit all your stake and recreate them. Of that 10% of each stake, the $10 billion, how many of them get that back 40 days later and say, yeah, let's do it again, this will be fine, I'm going to redelegate and get burned twice. Fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on me. Said that wrong, who cares? So, to touch a little bit more on the upside of distributed validators, I've already mentioned the importance of a distributed key generation. This is really one of the key reasons that a DV is more secure than a legacy validator. If we think about it in the execution side, you would not put all of your money in a hot wallet in MetaMask. I don't expect you to do the same with the validator. Instead, you should have, if you do have to have hotkeys because you're signing, you may at least use a multi-sig and not just put it all on one box and hope for the best. Beyond that, Karen is implemented in such a way that it does not have runtime access to the private keys, other than when it helps you split them into partials or to do a distributed key generation ceremony. After that, it doesn't have any access to the private keys. That's super important because of the risk of supply chain attacks. Many software clients have hundreds of dependencies, there's loads of updates. It's really, really difficult to try and say with surety that there is no bad code sitting in your client. So much more importantly is, build for can't be evil instead of won't be evil. If Charon was to be compromised, it would not be able to exfiltrate keys like other distributed validator setups may be able. As I also alluded to, you can run a distributed validator with a single node operator, but it's really much more secure if you have multiple companies running this validator because, as I said, nobody's perfect. People get phished all the time. There are North Korean hackers out there trying to phish everybody. You will be much better off if your stake is not run by a single company and instead you are distributed across a number of them. Last but not least, it is possible, if there is a compromise of one of your nodes, to do a secure key rotation. That can be done either with smart contracts with the new EIP 7251 consolidation, or with an inbuilt cryptographic resharing of the keys, where you end up swapping all of the keys, but keeping the same public key. To put this into perspective with a real-life example of what a distributed validator might look like, you can have a validator which is set up across 3 or more countries. You don't have the same EL, don't have the same CL, you don't have the same operators, and something like this has you protected from operator failure, power outages, data centers going on fire, client bugs, chain splits, more or less you name it. OBOL has been pioneering this technology for the last 4 years, and nowadays, beyond just being a trusted technology provider, we're adding more value to our customers by offering kind of a more holistic cluster as a service offering. That means we help you pick your strategy. Are you using an LST? Maybe a vault project. What are these vaults? We can walk you through it. We can help you with liquid staking. We can help you with restaking. We can help you with hooking it up to your custodian. These are the type of solutions that we walk you through. Beyond that, we can help you pick node operators depending on your needs. If you are an American public company digital asset treasury, you're probably picking US node operators. If you're a family office somewhere in the world and you want to have a very jurisdictionally spread out setup, we can help you with that. Almost all node operators in the space are running distributed validators in production, and that's something we can do. Beyond that, we also help these operators onboard. We help the deposit flow. We make sure that your operators are running to a high standard, that they're not